What? Visora's early? No way. Hello, everybody. How are you today? Ilvaria Asrene, thank you for the follow and the sub while off stream. I really do appreciate that. What's up, Solitaire? Post-truth media time? Well, for the most part, I'll try and give you the truth as much as I can find it, at least. What's going on with everybody? Personally, small update. I did finally get to go see a doctor yesterday. I got some blood work done. I'll find out, but I'm fine. I'm almost certainly fine. I'm gonna go get a chest x-ray today, which is why I can't let stream run too much over time today. But we will still be having the full stream. Tomorrow, I really want to, I want to do a really long one because there's some videos that we need to watch, especially like one documentary from Lauren Windsor, who's an excellent journalist, and it's an excellent documentary that I haven't actually seen yet, so I'd like to. Thanks, Iodine and Borderline. I hope you're all doing all right, too. It has been an interesting morning for me, at least like looking at the news. I assume interesting evening for a lot of you in the States listening to Trump talking, but we'll get into that when we get into that. I want to talk about some fun stuff first. Now, one thing that brings me an immense amount of joy is hearing the rich complain. And that's exactly what they're doing in New York. So, New York introduced congestion pricing, which is like parts of New York City that are generally highly congested with traffic now require you to pay a toll while driving in that part of the city. Excellent idea. It incentivizes people to use public transport more. It incentivizes people to, oh, whoopsie, sorry, that should be on silent, not vibrate. I could hear that. It incentivizes people to walk, to ride a bike, get where they're going. And at the same time, it is a tax on the wealthy. Because if you haven't been to New York City, nobody in New York City owns a car and lives in the city unless they're wealthy. And if you're driving into the city regularly, then you're wealthy. Yes, so congestion pricing. Upper East Side resident Andrew lives on 61st Street and 5th Avenue. In the congestion relief zone, the second he moves his car, he's hit with a toll. His kid lives on 79th Street. Now, understand, first of all, 5th Avenue and 61st Street is not a cheap place to live. But like, you're literally a 10-minute walk. But what if it snows? How can somebody possibly walk 10 minutes in the snow? Oh, well, it's a good thing that there's a subway station at the corner of every block. The funniest response to this before we see the video that I saw was someone saying, "Oh, if you want to walk anywhere, if you want to go anywhere in New York City now, you now have to pay $9 so you don't get burned alive, raped, or murdered on the street." And this was the whingiest little snowflake bullshit that I've ever seen. As someone who's lived in New York City, nobody there thinks that way. That is, like, New Yorkers are not that afraid of being in New York. It's only people who've never been to New York and just love to complain. But this is hilarious.
Starting today, the congestion pricing is going into effect. $9 each day that you pass 60th Street.
Good.
And while I disagree with it for many reasons, for me in particular, it really hits home because I live right here on 61st Street in this building, and my car is right there.
This guy is a multi-millionaire. He lives in this building on 61st, which is not, you know, there are no cheap properties in Manhattan. There's nowhere you can live in Manhattan where whether you're renting or whether you own it, it is even remotely affordable to the average person. And then also you have a car in the city and you park your car in the city. All of these things are the reason why this was implemented. It's for people like you. It's so you can't walk out of your rich apartment building, hop in your car, and then go congest traffic downtown even more.
Building. And if I want to go to turn around to go uptown to visit my kids who live on 79th Street, I have to pay $9 to go around the block because this is a one-way street, and that's a one-way street, and that's a one-way street, and there's no way for me to get uptown.
Here's an idea. Why don't you park your car like away from the one-way streets so you don't have to do the circle and then get caught in the congestion zone. Just an idea there. But yeah, $9, how will I pay for 1 hour of my maid's services?
without going around the block and paying $9. And I think something has to be sorted out for Manhattan residences.
This is being sorted out for Manhattan residences. This is great. 10 out of 10. Good for New York. We should have done this ages ago. Especially if the tolls, like the taxes, obviously this is a tax on people driving in the city. If that money goes into improving the public transport system, great. Now, you'll hear a lot of people whinge about the New York City subway, and it has its issues, but it's not anywhere near as bad as the right makes it out to be. And the main issue is just that it's old. It's not dangerous. It's not filled with criminals. Most of the people there, most of the homeless people on the subway that are just sleeping, they're just living. They don't want to harm you. But don't you see, you can't possibly change any of his behavior to benefit anyone and himself. That's what liberals do. Yeah, you gotta own the libs by paying $9 to drive a 10-minute walk. What's up, sister to all, and Pop Shepsky, good to see you as well. Now, that was a little bit fun, but I have some more serious things that we have to touch on, and it's not Trump. This had nothing to do with him. This was in the works for about a decade now. They've been trying to do this for a long time, and they finally succeeded. Net neutrality is dead. What does that mean? Well, let's find out.
Delivering a blow to the Federal Communications Commission on Thursday, a U.S. appeals court strikes down rules governing internet service providers before they could take effect. The debate centers around giving federal regulators more control over internet companies through net neutrality. The policy was first instated by former President Barack Obama, reversed by former President Donald Trump, and then put back in place by President Biden. An accomplishment the Biden administration points to during his 4 years in office. Democrats at the FCC want broadband services to work similar to how traditional telephone networks are regulated.
So, up until now, we've had a neutral internet where the ISPs don't have the power to control everything. Now it's basically cyberpunk, and there's a couple different companies that can kick you off the internet. They can take down your website. They could throttle your internet speeds. If they don't like a streamer, they can just make that streamer's internet work a bit slower so the stream starts cutting off. Or they could just block access to it entirely. Sister Doll, I don't want to be an American. I want to stay a Canadian. Tough luck, mate. You're an American now. Solitary square conservatism is a weird mix of narcissism, insecurity, and a weird pride in being stubborn. That is objectively true. All of those things are key aspects of conservatism. And namaste, Jump J.
In April of last year, the commission voted on rules to make the internet equally accessible to every user and stop major companies from misusing their power, including a ban on providers slowing down internet speeds based solely on the website. In its decision, the Sixth Circuit ruled the FCC doesn't have the authority to impose these rules.
The judges that were involved in this case, were Chief Judge Jeffrey Sutton, appointed by President George W. Bush, Judge Raymond Kethledge, appointed by George W. Bush, Judge Richard Allen Griffin, appointed by George W. Bush. They've been, I said 1 decade, clearly 2 decades. They've been attempting to remove this neutrality, this freedom that we have on the internet. And now it's gone, you know? And we'll read about the actual consequences of this in a second, but I would like to see how much this video actually covers. It's mainstream media, and you can see them getting worse progressively over time. In fact, we're going to see some of that today. But it's important to keep an eye on how much worse they're getting and how quickly.
Pointing to federal law, which classifies broadband as an information service rather than telecommunications. The ruling by the 3 panel of federal judges flexes their new powers after the Loper-Bright case ended a doctrine that now limits federal agencies' ability to use their own interpretation of unclear laws. FCC's
That
chair
was the Chevron doctrine, by the way. The Supreme Court took that away and made it so now any decision that gets passed prior to Chevron being removed, the Chevron doctrine. Let's say Congress passed a law, and that law is then, in effect, but experts in specific fields, let's say the FCC in this case, say, wait, this isn't quite right. This is actually going to do some negative stuff. Let's shift this slightly, stay within the frame of the law, but just change this little bit because, we're the professionals, we're the experts in this field, and Congress messed up. You can't do that anymore because that's gone. That was a precedent that was set, that was in place for decades and decades and decades. And the removal of that was the very first step in the implementation of Project 2025.
Woman is calling on lawmakers to create a new law through Congress, saying consumers across the country have told us again and again that they want an internet that is fast, open, and fair. On the other side, Republicans argue there should be less government involved. Trump's pick for FCC chairman thanks the court for their ruling.
When they say less government involved, you understand what they mean here is that they want more power to the industry, more power to the corporations, and less regulation. That's what I don't want government involved means. However, they do want government involved in regulating their competition. Places like Meta, for example, and we're gonna see so much of this in every possible aspect. Just flood our feeds in like the first week or two of the administration. It's just going to be past this, past that, past this, past that, no regulation, everything's gone, all of your rights have disappeared. They're going to try and get these through, push them as quickly as they can, because the economy's not going to do so great in a little while. And before the crash, while they enjoy their popularity, while they have gotten complacent, by the way, they're going to try and push through as much as they can. And realistically, I imagine it'll all bite them in the ass later on. 1984 level of social engineering incoming. Genuinely, yeah. I mean, we're almost there as it is. They see the power the internet has now with the election and Musk. Why do you think TikTok's not going to get banned anymore? Did you know that the CEO of TikTok was meeting with Elon Musk just like a month out from the election? They wanted to ban TikTok because it was too pro-Palestinian. Suddenly, TikTok is very pro-Trump, and they're not going to ban TikTok.
And says the work to unwind the Biden administration's regulatory overreach will continue. Although not in office yet, the ruling emphasizes Trump's promise to roll back Biden's policies surrounding the regulation of private companies.
Again, this just means taking away everything that is, useful, helpful, good for you, and giving all of the power to the people who want to siphon everything out of your life. The happiness, the joy, the love, the freedom, the ability to just go on a website. So here are some of the outcomes of a lack of net neutrality. So paid prioritization. Companies like Netflix could pay ISPs for faster delivery of their content, so-called fast lanes, while competing services unable to pay these fees might experience slower delivery, potentially putting them at a competitive disadvantage. So if a Netflix competitor was to appear on the market, Netflix could just pay for the fast lanes, lobby the FCC a little bit and say, hey, could you slow those people down just a little bit? And they will. And this is the new internet now. Howdy, Ilvaria as Renee. Also, cool last name. So throttling. Number 2, ISPs can now slow down and throttle certain types of traffic, such as streaming services, gaming, peer-to-peer file sharing, especially if these compete with their own offerings. Let's say there is a subreddit where politics is discussed and there is too much truth on that subreddit. Suddenly, access to it is throttled. It's not necessarily blocked, but you have to wait 10 minutes of a loading screen to get onto that subreddit now. Blocking content is another thing they can do. Now, ISPs might block or restrict access to certain websites or services, possibly favoring their own content or that of their partners. Again, this is not just for streaming. This is, let's say, Elon Musk can go and reduce the ability for people to go on Blue Sky, for example. Twitch.tv streams, I mean, yes. And it doesn't have to be the full site. Again, like I said earlier, just ones like if Elon Musk gets mad at Hassan, he can just have the FCC throttle Hassan's stream and nobody else's. Time to just make my own ISP then. The only websites blocked will be Twitter and Truth Social. I mean, good luck with that if you can manage it. Threat of throttling alone can do a lot to many websites, even when they do everything 100% legal. Yeah, absolutely. Even just regular blog posts, websites, storefronts, Etsy, for example. Amazon could be like, no, you know what? We don't like Etsy. Get rid of it. And it's gone. Tiered services. ISPs can create tiered pricing models where consumers pay extra for access to specific services or faster speeds for certain types of content, social media, streaming, or gaming. Bundles. They're going to reinvent cable, first of all. You can pay extra to get faster access to the streaming services that they're bundling or whatever. If you want, to play video games and watch YouTube at the same time, sorry, you have to pay for two different services now. You have to pay for the increased boost to your internet speed, or rather preventing them from throttling your internet speed, so you can do both. Hedyrus, you can only pick one chairman, Mao or Nikki Glasser. And I pick neither, because that would be my pick. And, well, that would be bandwidth, but they can attack everything through this. It's not just what's listed here, because bandwidth can be... It is throttled. Isn't that the right word? You would throttle bandwidth? Or is it just content delivery networks, as you said? I don't know. Either way, they can make things difficult for everybody. They can make things difficult for their competitors. They can erase anything off the internet that they don't want to be seen by just blocking access to that specific link. Let's say this link right here, this post from Chris Evans. All of the rest of, all of the rest of Twitter can work, but then this one tweet pissed someone off. Oops, throttled, gone. Limiting the total data that can be moved at once. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense. But it's not just this, right? All of these systems are being put in place to produce mass censorship. Here is an example of how this can be applied. The danger that we are all in because of this. And not to say that this wasn't already a danger prior to the removal of net neutrality, but now it's even more so. This is just adding to it.
I'm realizing that a lot of you guys don't really know about what happened like 2 weeks ago with me and the NYPD and how they tried to like ruin my business, so I thought I'd give you guys like the once over. Basically, I wanted to make these playing cards that had CEOs' faces on them and like QR codes to learn about all the evil deeds that these companies and their leaders did. After putting that out into the world, the New York Post and a bunch of...
So, just as before we get into it, the New York Police Department already declared that anybody that wasn't 100% negative about the killing of Brian Thompson, that had any amount of sympathy or agreement, they're listed as extremists now. We're listed as extremists now. And so, of course, the NYPD is going to do something like this. What they did immediately following the death of Brian Thompson was have group therapy with 175 CEOs that you paid for with your taxpayer money. Rasute, they can cause slowdowns without changing bandwidth, so they can deny affecting the bandwidth. Sure, fair enough, they can do that. The issue being, they don't really have to deny anything anymore, right? Like, it's not even... They can prevent any of that knowledge from being public now.
That these companies and their leaders did. After putting that out into the world, the New York Post and a bunch of right-wing media...
True Solitaire, if he didn't want to get shot, maybe he shouldn't be walking around looking so rich, wearing his nice suit, having a nice watch. It's what they would say, to us, wouldn't they? Kind of asking for it there.
like showcase the story. I was on the front page of the New York Post.
Not to
And
say
then
you
the
should.
following
Don't
day,
do
the
violence. Again, don't do any violence. But as a as an indication of where the general sentiment is and the hypocrisy of it, I do have to say that because they're getting quite pissy with any form of language that is now against their belief system. It's just, yeah, no violence, but they were asking for the violence to happen to them when they were walking around. Just you shouldn't be the one to do it.
putting that out into the world, the New York Post and a bunch of right-wing media like showcased the story. I was on the front page of the New York Post, and then the following day, the NYPD came to my door. Following this, every single social media account and element of my business was systematically taken down. First, they came for my Instagram account, which was banned, and I had no ability to review the decision. I had like 50,000 followers there.
Right.
Then Shopify made me take the product down. Then TikTok took down my first account, my main account, which had like 70,000 followers. Obviously, I can't get it back.
They can already do this, right? Part of the reason why they declared Luigi Mangione, the alleged shooter, as a terrorist is so that they can use the justification of extremists and terrorism to take away your rights, to be able to do things like this, to be able to infiltrate the left and infiltrate online communities and attack them from the inside. Now, every protection that you had regarding that is gone. Sorry, one second. My cat's about to knock my lights over. But I want to say no escape now. He escaped. I lied. There was an escape.
Then Instagram took down my backup account and my personal account.
And your
There's
personal.
my personal. Oh, it was 67.2. Then the NYPD commissioner came and like did a whole press conference when they announced Luigi Mangione's charges and referenced my thing and called me an extreme activist and said that I wanted to
Bam, there you go.
murder CEOs, which I didn't. I never said that. I told her her detectives that I didn't want to do that. And it was like on every single thing that I wrote that it was for education and entertainment purposes.
By the way, same. Don't go committing violence, but we are now considered extremists. If you're in this chat, you're the enemy from within, as Donald Trump says. You are considered an extremist if you had anything that even resembled happiness or schadenfreude. If you had no sympathy for Brian Thompson, then you're a terrorist, basically, according to the NYPD.
I tried to appeal the YouTube stuff, and they wouldn't let me do that either. Then they came for my payment processors on Shopify, and they said that I can no longer use Shopify payments and Apple Pay accounts. Those are disabled. They didn't give me any prior knowledge. They didn't give me the ability to change anything. They just said, it's done, and I can't fix it. When I asked why, they said the decision was chosen by their banking partners, and that I couldn't do anything about it. Then they came for my my backup TikTok, which over like 7 days got like 45,000
That was what I said,
followers.
Captain.
And I didn't have any community guidelines violations yet. I just had a link to my store, which no longer had the cards in it. And then they say all of this, which basically says like they can't have third-party websites. I said, I don't.
Solitaire, you're exactly right. The police are only here to protect capital, and this just proves it. They don't need to be. They don't need to be. They could have been something useful. I've talked about it, but they've always been exactly that. Police in America were slave catchers. What they should be is community servants. Protecting the community should be a lower tier part of the job. Serving the community should be their main job. Their job should be to help people move into their houses, help the old lady cross the street, help you fill your car with groceries at the that's the jobs that they should have. But no, they don't work for you. They work to protect capital, the wealthy. In order for that to happen, the community needs to be in control rather than money. Well, that's the point there, isn't it, Solitaire? I am all about cooperative community control and collective liberation. I don't believe in private property, and I don't believe in money. I would prefer none of these to exist. But that's not the reality that we live in, unfortunately. The Captain, whoever your partner in crime in life is one of the luckiest souls on earth, just saying. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet.
Don't have any violations. And then they said that they won't communicate anymore on the subject. Just like, don't talk to us about this anymore. We don't want to talk about it.
We're not even going to
Which-
answer your questions. That's what they were already able to do. And now they can do even more. Now they don't even have to do that. They can use other tactics of just making life more difficult for you. And on top of this, we're seeing in the media people either bending the knee or quitting their jobs. They are in advance obeying the commands, in advance conceding ground, which is the last thing they should be doing. But Pulitzer-winning cartoonist and Telnez has resigned from her position at the Washington Post after she says her cartoon depicting Bezos and other billionaires bending the knee for Trump was killed. She drew this. This is objectively a news comic. If you go back in time, you can go back to the 20s, go back to the Muckraker days and the types of comics that people made. This is very light. It's barely offensive to the people it's meant to offend. But no, because Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. In fact, he's the one that stopped them from endorsing Kamala Harris prior to the election. Says, no, you can't do this. And so you can't do this. Now, she could have fought, but she resigned. And I can respect that because a lot of people don't want the amount of harassment that would come with fighting back. But you kind of should take the harassment and fight back. Truth hurts, not the comic. Well, exactly. It's not even what's depicted. It's the fact that this is being discussed that they don't want. They want all of that gone. And beyond that, they don't want any truth. We live in a post-truth world. In fact, fact-checking is now dead on Meta. They're bringing in the community notes feature from Twitter because that works so well. The party of free speech. Yeah, exactly.
Overhauling its fact-checking programs, the changes will end the current system and adopt a series of community notes, kind of content moderation that is similar to what is used on X. This will apply to posts on Instagram, Threads, and Facebook, and comes along with changes that will scrap an option for users to limit the amount of political content on their feeds. So for more on this, I want to bring in CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
So let's kick off the new year with this discussion about Meta and this community notes thing. First of all, what is your take on it?
They have all agreed. Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg are all working together now. I mean, they already kind of were. Peter Thiel is good friends with Musk, and Peter Thiel is part of the founding of Facebook, is still, I believe, on the board. The technocrats bought this country. And we're going to listen to this, but like, understand, you're not the only ones that are mad. This is why Putin needs to beat them with nukes. Putin's the one that's telling them what to do with foreign policy. And to be fair, Putin's not in charge either because Xi tells Putin what to do. It's the wealthy that are in charge. None of the world leaders have any power. Putin has no power. He's controlled by oligarchs and China. Xi in China probably has some actual power, but even he is he's subject to the whims of the wealthy. Welcome to neo-feudalism. I'm not sure if this counts as neo-feudalism or techno-fascism or neo-feudalistic fascism, but it's something. And by the way, you're not the only ones mad. Even the ones on the right can understand this. Even MAGA knows that they are being screwed. We were lured here for the promise of free speech. We all jumped at the opportunity to pay to support the movement that leveled the playing field. We championed Elon and supported and welcomed him with open arms as he joined MAGA. Then we watched as accounts after accounts were demonetized, stolen subscribers, and eventually suspended. Now we're told to zone out on entertainment content and pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, only share positive content and pretend the world isn't burning around us. What the fuck kind of game is this? It's the oligarchs game. Excited for the cyberpunk era. Honestly, I just started playing 77 again, 2077, and it hits, you know? Oh, again, by the way, this is in reference to the algorithm tweak that is now dropped on X. I don't even know if I can call this Twitter anymore. It's not Twitter anymore. But this algorithm feed gives you a score of how good of a poster you are, how positive you are, and if your negativity is too much, your score goes down and you get shadow banned. Although I did see that almost everybody had a score of 38, so I have no idea. Feudalism without the means of producing your own crop, without land. Yeah, actually, it's not even feudalism because you can't even farm your own land. The corporations own the crops. You buy seeds now, and they will die if they're not Monsanto seeds. You can't use any pesticides on any regular plants without having the right pesticides for the right seeds. Oh, by the way, you grow your plants and then you harvest them, but there's no seeds, so you can't grow more. You have to go buy more seeds. Ilvaria as Renee, the trick is getting median voters on this train of seeing the oligarchy. And that's my point here as well. It's don't worry about the Trumpers. Don't try and convince the right. You want to worry about the 150 million Americans that didn't vote. They're the ones that genuinely can be moved over. And if we start moving them over, some of the right will come along. Solitaire 45, I recommend using xcancel.com to avoid giving Twitter any amount of money from viewing their posts. Who knows how long they'd still be allowed to exist now. I mean, to be fair, I have a blue check mark because it increases, like, visibility on my posts, so I kind of give them money anyway. Not that I like to, but you kind of need to. Insurance with fast response teams for the rich are coming to the USA this year, I think. I would not be surprised. They already get their own police force now. That's a special 911 that'll show up and not shoot them. Here we will feed you. They will starve us with pumped chemical foods and low quality shit. I mean, the food industry was always one of the worst, but
this, I mean, it's not.
You'll never
lost on a lot
know.
of people that
They
Mark
want to make
Zuckerberg,
it so
along
you
with a
can't
bunch of
know.
other CEOs are flying down to Mar-a-Lago, kissing the ring, donating money to the inauguration, and to Trump himself, I guess, through the inauguration fund. And now you're seeing a pivot to a sort of a Musk style of managing this company, Meta. What do you think?
So look, I
By
think
the way,
this
it's
is a
because Elon's the actual president. You guys do understand that, right? Like, he gets Secret Service. We watched him walking around with 4 Secret Service. The man's not elected to anything. He has no reason to have Secret Service. He's the president. We're gonna watch some clips of Donald Trump later, and it's almost like he's worse than Biden. Trump gets to be co-president sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. Maybe for like some domestic policy that doesn't really impact the rich, and he gets to have some of the militarism attributed to him, although those are all international MIC related plans. You know, the military industrial complex is global. The fascists are globalists. So they're all working together on this. It's not just him planning anything. All he does is golf. His brain is soup. It's not like he's not in charge. He's a lame duck.
little bit of reading the room. I mean, Meta has faced backlash for censoring posts for years. And of course, not just Meta, a number of other social platforms, Twitter, before Elon Musk brought it rather. And so I think what you're seeing.
What she just referenced there is the blocking of right-wing posts, which is why Elon bought Twitter. But no, you can't even say that anymore. Thanks, CBS.
Is these tech companies seeing where the public discourse is going and saying, okay, well,
it means nothing.
Seem to be something that people are liking on X, not everyone, of course. And so we're going to move towards that. And really, this change, they're getting rid of third-party fact checkers, just for some context, and they're putting the responsibility more on the users to identify.
Yes, the users, the 65% of Americans who are functionally illiterate. The adult Americans that are functionally illiterate, it is up to them to now fact check instead of, like experts, people whose job it is to know things, people who can read, for one.
What content needs context? What content is not true? That, there's actually a little bit more nuance here. And you see that's something that Elon Musk has instituted on X.
They think they are, Ilvaria. They think they are.
And I think a lot of people will have questions about this because I'm not well versed in it. But from what I understand, up until this moment, Meta has had this third party, as you mentioned, the international fact checkers, and Zuckerberg, in a statement that he posted.
The issue with Americans is many, many, many of us are thinking that we're thinking, but we're not actually thinking. And all of that comes from this, by the way. This is what that produces. It produces that feeling of you're thinking and you know things, but you're not actually thinking. You just think that you're thinking when you're not thinking.
Instagram and on Facebook says that that fact-checking became biased in his view. But I'm struggling to understand how people who are paid to be and I don't know the backgrounds or the CVs of the folks that were hired to do this fact-checking, how that is somehow
Truth is
worse off than
nuanced.
somebody tweeting from your...
Jumpshay, you're right. The truth is nuanced, but nuance is something that you need the ability to, I don't know, do introspection, some critical thinking to understand. And these aren't innate skills, they're taught to you. Whereas now they're actively avoided and you're incentivized to not do these things. Reality is bias against you, yeah. Honestly, this is why I've just started adopting like the phrasing and the rhetoric that the right used against us for years. Reality doesn't care about your feelings. Sorry, buddy. Americans are conditioned from childhood to be taught what to think instead of how to think. Can't put the whole blame on the people for being stupid. Captain Buggy, no, you're entirely right. It is entirely based on the system to produce this. Nobody is born innately stupid, you know? Obviously, like, you can have learning disabilities, but that doesn't make you stupid. Stupid is a specific thing. Stupid is a lack of desire to learn and engage with reality. It's not just the inability, it is also the lack of desire too. Are people born stupid, or do they have stupidness thrust upon them? They have stupidness thrust upon them, Iodine and Borderline.
Community noting from your bedroom or from your toilet bowl. Like, you're like, oh, this doesn't sound right to me. And then you're going to fix it and put a community note, as opposed to an organization that's there to sort of ensure that there isn't misinformation.
Well, and I think that is the crux of it. That is being tested right now because we have seen the system in place before. And of course, I mean, we're humans. We have bias. I mean, even you and I, right? I mean, you can't report every single fact in a 90-second report.
It's because you're skill issue. I can do that. So here's some of the different additions to Twitter that are happening to the algorithm now. You can expect to see these also added to algorithms on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch. All of these will be implemented in one way or another. Now, obviously, the language that they're going to use to explain what this is coded. It's not clear exactly what they're doing behind the scenes, how the system works, but what it will do is it will censor left-wing accounts and it will boost right-wing accounts. It'll censor right-wing Nazi accounts because, you know, Elon's not getting along with them. Yeah, Elon wants to buy Wikipedia next. That's also true. By the way, go on Conservapedia for a second. This is what they want Wikipedia to be. It's brain damaging. Just before we get into this, because you mentioned Wikipedia and I didn't have that on the docket. Negativity. So the negativity claim there, while this loads, is because people were being mean to him. This is the kind of shit that's on Conservapedia. This is what they want Wikipedia to be like. First of all, a lack of any kind of, I don't know, organization. It's a mess. Quick links, atheism versus Christianity. Christianity and its margin of victory over atheism. Like, there's Donald Trump achievements in foreign policy. Counterexamples to an old earth. It's mind-numbing. This is how they produce this thought process. People actually read this shit. How's he going to penalize negativity when Elon is calling people slurs? Oh, but he's allowed to, you know. So, algorithm tweak coming soon to promote more informational and entertaining content. We will publish the changes to X English. Our goal is to maximize unregretted user seconds. Too much negativity is being pushed that technically grows user time, but not unregretted user time. What this actually means is he talked about boosting negative and hate speech since 2022. For those who don't know, it's always going to be something subjectively determined and selectively enforced, as warned at the time. Out of one side of his mouth, Elon Musk talks a lot about how he wants to save free speech, but on the other, he says the complete opposite. People need to pay more attention people need to pay more attention in general. What qualifies as hate speech and who gets to decide? Musk and his team have already demonstrated a willingness to outright suspend, ban, and refuse to unban people with the same type of arbitrariness and selective enforcement as with the previous Twitter regime. Now Musk is openly saying that he's going to continue shadow banning as well, based on the type of vague and amorphous policy that existed before his takeover. They're just doubling down on substituting reality for substituting fantasy for reality is what you mean, I believe. Old Earth, is that supposed to be like, no, the counterexamples to Old Earth is some like Christian conspiracy bullshit of the Earth is actually only as old as the Bible says. So yeah, about 6,000, 5,000, 4,000 years ago, that all the fossils are actually placed there by God to, you know, test you. Vizzy, will you feel bad if American soldiers are taken out if they try to annex Canada? I mean, I'll feel bad for the death of, you know, innocent people, but honestly, not really. Our soldiers aren't currently exactly filled with the best of our country. We're going to talk about that in a little bit as well, but it's pretty bad. So no, I don't think I would feel bad. Now, we could probably just drop this, right? You guys have an understanding of how these community notes are just going to lead to a lack of any engagement with reality, a lack of an ability for people to understand. I have sympathy, yes, considering the military pipeline for children. And on top of this, I do have to say, if you didn't watch the video I put out yesterday or last stream about forced conscription in Oklahoma, the requirement of go to college, a trade school, pay for those to graduate high school, or if you fail to, you have to join the military. That kind of stuff, I do feel sympathy for those people. Now, obviously, that hasn't been implemented yet, and that would be only in Oklahoma because that's the testing ground. It's the Trinity test site, Oklahoma. But if that's successful there, they'll roll it out for the rest of the country. Jump J, American people shamed conscripted Vietnam veterans all day. Something changed, and the people feel bad for volunteers. I mean, again, nobody has any semblance of reality. Nobody has any semblance of history anymore. Tyler the Flower, shout out my granddaddy's 15-time granddaddy. He was the first human hunk of beef on Earth. You are filled with so much brain rot, Tyler. So much. I don't understand how you're still standing. Ich bin dead. Service guarantees citizenship. Oh yeah, we'll get there soon. We'll get there. I mean, they're already getting rid of birthright citizenship. What do you think you're going to have to do to become a citizen? You're going to have to serve in the military. So, but speaking of the education thing, I just had a little update on Ryan Walters, who is the guy leading the charge. So, real quick before we move on, let's have a little bit of an update on him.
On 8, as Superintendent Ryan Walters sees the inside of a courtroom more with recent lawsuits from the Bixby Public School superintendent. He's racked up more than $100,000 in attorney fees in just 5 months. News Channel 8's Tanya Motorzitsky joins us now live with how much his lawsuits are costing taxpayers. Tanya.
Brenna, every time State Superintendent Ryan Walters walks inside a courtroom with lawyers, that money has to come from somewhere, and it's at the expense of taxpayers.
Recently,
this is the guy who wants to impose forced conscription.
Superintendent Ryan Walters is finding himself familiar with not just a classroom, but inside a courtroom, too. On Oklahoma State Courts Network's website, since last year, he's named in 8 lawsuits, not including the ones involved with the state grand jury and the alleged misspent pandemic money. And
this guy's in charge of education.
Oklahoma State.
No one needs dysentery as much as that man.
Department of Education. State Representative Mark McBride says he's concerned how much Walters' legal fees are costing.
I think he's either 12 or 14 lawsuits. How much is this costing the taxpayer?
We're literally just like, our government is filled with criminals now. I mean, it has been for a while, but now it's just open criminals. We used to be a serious country, guys. We used to, I don't know, at least respect ourselves.
Most recent lawsuit coming from Bixby Public School Superintendent for alleged defamatory remarks. From March of this year until July, records from the Oklahoma Office of Management and Enterprise Services, Walters is averaging between $10,000 to $20,000 a month in attorney bills. In March, the Oklahoma State Department of Education paid an attorney invoice for more than $28,000. In May, attorney fees costed nearly $19,000. And in June, OSDE paid more than $28,000 for attorneys.
This is disgusting. Again, this is what they do. They're stealing your money. They are ruining your children's education. And then they're saying, no, if you don't have the money because I stole it from you to send your child to college or trade school, if they don't qualify for a loan, sorry, they're going to have to go in the military. That's the same guy. Yeah, it's a fuckload of money.
And so far,
that he steals from you.
Racking up in more than $104,000 in attorney fees and counting. McBride says this is all at the cost of constituents.
Any of these things, I think they're going to lose at the end
Of course,
of the day,
Silvaria.
and taxpayer fit the bill.
They hate you. Okay, I suppose we should jump on to the big man, eh? I feel like we may have gone too deep. This man has lost his mind. So, let's have a look at some of this press conference from today.
Life works.
Buckle in, yeah, thanks.
Questions related to each other. First, you said on your first day of office, you're going to pardon January 6th defendants. Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it, and we have other people in there. And as you see, I guess 24 or 28 people came now from the FBI. That came out very quietly. Nobody reported it, but they had people in some form related to the FBI. They had 4 or 5 people that
just word salad so far.
Was strongly related to the FBI. We have to find out about that. We have to find out about Hezbollah. We have to find out about who exactly was in that whole thing.
Hezbollah might have been involved with January 6th, 2021 is what he's saying right here. The insurrection that he caused, Hezbollah might have been doing an undercover op in the United States. Hezbollah. I mean, you can't, like, you would have thought you would go with something like ISIS, but no, it's Hezbollah. The dumbest fucking thing that, like, it's objectively the funniest pick, honestly. Maybe it is just a troll. Hezbollah did January 6th. Maybe it was the Kaiser.
Because people that did some bad things were not prosecuted. You know, I see it all the time, and you see it too. People that were doing some bad things weren't prosecuted, and people that didn't even walk into the building are in jail right now.
Are you guys ready for like 1,000 militia, Nazis, insurrectionists, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers to just get released onto the street? I said this earlier. Donald Trump wants to empty the prisons and bring criminals into your community. Violent criminals. Criminals that have guns, that have bullets. These criminals that are locked up, that Donald Trump wants to release from the prisons and send directly to your communities.
So we'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons. Yes, please. Life work.
But they're the white criminals, so it's fine. No. So you don't have to say that they're white. If you say that they're white, then the point's done. But no, he's releasing violent criminals into the United States, into your communities in the United States. Didn't they used to say J6 was all Antifa making MAGA hogs look bad? Yes, ich bin dead. They did used to say that. They also used to regularly have the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers commit violence and then blame Antifa for it. They pretend as if Antifa is some organized structural, like, organization. It's not. He'll keep talking bullshit until the people are provoked, and it'll be the same with Turkey. First big riot will be crushed violently, and then protesting will be taboo. I mean, exactly. They've already talked about using the military against protesters, haven't they? Just while we're on the topic, because Tyler said something about the age of Trump, I just want you guys to understand what it is that they actually want, where it is they want to go back to. They want to go back to what's called the Gilded Age. Now, what is the Gilded Age? Well, let's read a little bit. So, This comes from a post from Mark Anderson that Donald Trump replied to, talking about tariffs, and tariffs alone created the vast wealth of our country. This is untrue, by the way. When they switched over to income tax, we were never so wealthy. Tariffs are the, like, stupidest form of, it's the robber barons, exactly, Elvaria. It's the stupidest form of raising money for the government. That's not, the reason that we don't do tariffs anymore as much is because we don't need them anymore as much. But literally trying to go back to the Gilded Age, where only roughly 10% of the population was considered middle class. Your rights will be stripped, your resources bankrupt, you'll end up in company towns, which are currently making a comeback. You'll be dependent on your boss, whatever it is that if you complain, you'll just get fired and have everything taken from you. You'll fall in line and accept the shittier pay and working conditions. They're going to pay you in monopoly money. Where do you think that term comes from? Monopoly? Monopoly money? It comes from when you used to live in company towns, they would pay you with money that only works in that company town. So if you go, I don't know, a state over to visit somebody, you can't spend your money over there. I got to use the company store. Now, in response to this, sounds a lot like a gulag. Yeah, well, I mean, that is what they want to do. A lot of people say, like, oh, Donald Trump is Hitler. Donald Trump is Hitler. Donald Trump is Hitler. The truth is, Germany was very much influenced by this time in America, by the Gilded Age. Hitler was impressed with how he put natives on reservations, how he mastered propaganda in World War I with the groundbreaking work of Edward Bernays. He recognized how powerful simple phrases and slogans can be used in repetition, along with Committee on Public Information, which was a branch of the government specifically designed to propagandize to the American people. It was headed by George Creel. He is worse than Hitler because he has nukes. He's not, I don't actually think Trump is worse than Hitler. I don't even think Trump is Hitler. I think Trump is just I think Donald Jessica Trump is just a mean girl who wants attention. So the bumper stickers, slogans, make America great again, go woke, go broke, etc. All of these stupid, simple messaging you see today came from this time. They also influenced by our eugenics program that started with Charles Davenport after Woodrow Wilson gave him the green light, when he was governor of New Jersey to start investigating the hereditary stock of American citizens. Hitler was extremely impressed with how we were able to have an ironclad racial hierarchy embedded into the law, Jim Crow laws. But those robber barons and some of America's wealthiest oligarchs did in fact support, collaborate, and even outright fund the Nazis. Just look at how close Ford and Hitler were. These oligarchs would use the Black Legion, which is a branch of the Klan that specifically targeted leftists and union organizers. First, they come for the communists. They even formed the American Liberty League and approached Smedley Butler to lead a coup against FDR. It became known as the business plot. If you don't know about the business plot, it's incredibly interesting. Maybe we should watch a video on it at some point. Let me write that down. That would be fun. But the period between 1870 and 1890 is known as the Long Depression. There were massive strikes, rebellions. Oligarchs used government, state, and federal government to crush anyone who protested, hired private security. This was just old school cyberpunk. It was just without the cyber. That's what they're bringing back. Things got so bad that we eventually had the Battle of Blair Mountain in 1921, which is the largest land battle on American soil since the Civil War. And yes, there is a reason that Hitler took out the commies first. Class consciousness is a danger to them. Trump is somehow less competent than Hitler. Somehow, I'm not sure how that's even possible. But this is what got us the labor movement. All of this is what led to FDR. The 40-hour work week, your weekends off, all of these are because people striked and protested and were murdered by the police, by the state, were beaten, were abused, were exploited. The reason that children don't have to go work in the factories or the mines anymore. Actually, here we go. Because before then, you were chewed up and spit out. Even children were forced to work in factories and mines. Children who survived childhood led brutal lives. People had to live in company towns where you were paid monopoly money. That's only good at company-owned stores. Elon, Google, Amazon, they're all flirting with bringing these back, especially Elon. You can see how much he likes cheap labor. Here's a bunch of other strikes that you could look into. A literal battle was fought between the workers and the Pinkertons. It's massive. This is a whole stream in and of itself. I'll have to do some other time just because we have too much to talk about. But the railroad strike of 1877, the Haymarket Affair, the Homestead strike, the Pullman strike, the Ludlow massacre, these are just like some of the more notable ones. But as this post says, there were 4,000 strikes a year during this time. Now, why am I showing you this? Because they're bringing this back. And because they're bringing it back, it's our responsibility to fight back like we did before. We beat them before. They have consolidated more power. It's more difficult to beat them now. We must first consolidate power amongst ourselves, form our cohesive narrative, and propagandize to bring over more support so we can beat them. Right now, we don't even have the numbers to do proper massive strikes like this anymore. And that's the issue. It's the greater issue. There's a reason why I've been covering old alt-right pipeline videos, playbook videos rather, alt-right playbook videos, to help us understand, A, how they propagandized to us, the strategies that they used, and how they controlled the conversation so that we could use these strategies against them. Now, back to Donald Jessica Trump. This is him on annexing foreign countries.
But can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you, you're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this, we need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that.
I'm not even going to go into the Panama Canal shit. He's unhinged, basically. He said he wouldn't rule out using the military on Greenland, who is under Danish control and is a NATO ally. Yeah, that is exactly what he said, but he also doesn't care, and he's not unhinged, by the way. He's not in charge, Pandolin. This guy makes no decisions. He is a lame duck. He's a puppet. The powers that be, the oligarchs make these decisions. They've been carving up the world as, like, can you see the idea of Donald Trump, Modi, Xi, Putin, Netanyahu, Erdogan, all of the fascists in the world, and then, but that's not even including Le Pen, what's her name, and Maloney, whoever the AfD leader ends up being. These people are carving up the world. This is just imperial. This is colonialism. This is colonialism in the modern day. We get North America and parts of South America. Russia gets Russia gets most of Europe, rather. China gets most of the East. India gets parts of the Mid-East up until, like, Iran, and Israel gets the rest. Africa's fair game, so we can all still have a game to play, and then there's the Arctic. What's up, Schuffelpoofer? I'm not saying this is necessarily true, but it is very, very, very reasonable to think that something like this could be true. Some people are thinking the Canada thing is not serious, but millions upon millions will die in the future due to climate change. Greenland and Canada have shit tons of water. Jump J, he's entirely serious about Canada and Greenland. They're not going to invade Canada with the military. We're just going to take it. They're going to be the 51st state. Was it Polivar or whatever, the guy who said, oh no, we're not okay with that after Trudeau dropped out. He's the guy who's slated to win their election. He's on board. Canada is going to be a state. And we won't need to use the military. Greenland might be a different story. Who gets Kamchatka? I have no idea. Oh, but the permafrost will leach mercury into the water as it melts. Well, that's okay because, RFK will just say that that's good for you. Polivre, thank you. Captain Buggy, if Canada elects cons, they might just give us their land. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. The Canadians that get kicked out are the French ones. They're the only good Canadians. The Quebec seems to be the only good part of Canada right now. They're the only part of Canada that isn't voting conservative, that isn't leaning conservative. Is it raw mercury? Because if so, that's good for you. If it's exactly what you're going to hear.
It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China.
Do you know why he's mad about the Panama Canal? Because it's really funny. It's so simple and it's so funny. It's because it costs more to use the canal now because of climate change. Because there's less available water flowing into the canal because of the shifts of climate, because of water, like rainfall. Like that's rainfall, deforestation, labor, climate change is the issue for Panama, which is why it just slightly raised the cost that it takes to transit. That's it. And by the way, Panama Canal wasn't built for our military necessarily. We did absolutely fund some of its building, but it was never ours. It was always Panama's. We didn't own the canal at any point. Can't wait for an entire society of entirely disabled, brain-dead people because of the release of the mercury. Might not even get that far. What if there's like frozen super viruses that we have no immunity to in the permafrost? No one even gives a shit about healthcare. We might not even make it that far. Bird flu might get these idiots just because of actively trying to make it worse. Reg 17, Quebec has a conservative premier but a separatist federal leader. It is weird. They seem to be the only part of Canada that I like right now. And while they did also have to expand the canal to fit larger cargo ships. Yeah, well, that too. But the issue isn't, you know, fuck America is not what Panama is doing. It's not the Chinese told us to do this. It's we need to raise the prices to be able to sustain the use of the canal. What's up, Info Dumb Wars? Good to see ya.
China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China.
Yeah, sorry, guys. I don't mean to freak you out, but this is not going to be a bright and happy stream. So, why? Why are we doing this? Well, because they were mean to us.
You are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is subsidized to the tune of about $200 billion a year, plus other things. They don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military.
The fuck do you... The Canadians fought with us in the Iraq and Afghanistan war. The Canadians fought in World War II.
They rely on our military. It's all fine, but, you know, they got to pay for that. It's very unfair. I have so many great friends. One of them is the great one, Wayne Gretzky. I said, run for prime minister. You'll win it'll take 2 seconds, but... He said, well, am I going to run for prime minister or governor? You tell me. I said, I don't know. Let's make it governor. I like it better. But no, so...
Yeah, didn't the Canadians burn down our White House? The most, like, base thing Canada ever did. So, again, just to really double down on, we're not going to use the military to invade Canada because we don't need to. They fought in Afghanistan, not in Iraq. Make sure.
If we were to work under the assumption that you're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States, the leader of the Conservative Party in Canada said, under no circumstance will it ever be the 51st state.
Maybe he won't win, but maybe he will. I don't...
Like, first of all, the veiled threats are funny because they're working together. He's going to win. The Conservatives are going to take power. If you go look at the polls for Canada. You know what? I'll do it. Canada polling, federal election. Yeah. They're winning. It's pretty bad.
I don't point, you had suggested...
Listen, I don't care what he says.
But, Sir Lopez, you said you were considering military force to acquire Panama and Greenland. Are you also considering military force to annex and acquire Canada?
No. Economic force. Because Canada and the United States, that would really be something.
Economic force is something that you could apply. I don't even think that they're going to need to do that.
You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look.
The border! You get rid of the artificially drawn line. The border? You want to get rid of the border? Are you going to get rid of the southern border too? Because you want some of Mexico. Are we getting rid of the southern border? Are we going to move it down? He wants an open border with Canada. Wait, get rid of the border. Yeah. One more time. This is almost based.
You get rid of that artificially drawn line, and you take a look at what that looks like. And it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's
I mean, Jump J, you kind of already are vassals, and that's speaking from someone in Australia who is also a vassal.
something. You get what would really be Canada and the United States. That would really be something. You get rid of that artificially drawn line.
Hold on, I gotta...
And you take a look at what that looks like. And it would also be much better for national security. Don't forget, we basically protect Canada. But here's the problem with Canada.
You want to know what would happen if this plan succeeds? This is what they think is the good idea. The video is propaganda. I don't really care about it. I just want to watch the first 5 seconds, but...
What if the United States, Mexico, and Canada became one country? If all three nations joined together to form a single country, they could call it CUM, or the United Nations of CUM.
The United Nations of CUM. Are you ready, guys? To be part of the US of CUM?
It would instantly become the most powerful country in the world. Economically, this union would...
Alright, we don't need to watch the rest of the fucking propaganda video, but... he wants the United States of CUM, which honestly tracks with the gayest president that we've ever had. And I mean that in, like, not a bad way. I mean, the man is just very homosexual. It's pretty clear if you pay even, like, a remote amount of attention. Return to CUM. Yeah. Alright, so here's where we get into some of the, more interesting points. So, first off, a little threat or a veiled threat or some kind of an explanation of what's happening with the rest of the social media companies.
I think they've come a long way. Meta, Facebook. I think they've come a long way. I watched it. The man was very impressive. I watched it. Actually, I watched it on Fox. I'm not allowed to say that. Say it?
I'm not allowed to say that, says it. What are you, Kanye? I'm not gonna say what race the doctor was. But he was Jewish.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
The last time you were here, you were asked a question about the U.S.
Like I said, what happens to the southern border? All right, so now we get into the bits of this shit's real fucking cooked. We're apparently going to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. He hated Meta during the election, but then Mark Zuckerberg bent the knee and then donated several, like, I think, tens of millions of dollars to the inauguration, so now he's on his good side. Donald Trump is pretty easy in that you can piss him off and get out of his good graces, but it doesn't take much to get back into his good graces.
Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place.
Yeah, by us. We're the danger.
And we're going to be announcing at a future date pretty soon. We're going to change because we do most of the work there and it's ours.
That's not true, by the way. Most of the stuff that, like, we import so much shit from Mexico because we don't produce anything here. You can blame NAFTA for that one. But no, we don't do anything for them, really. They do a lot for us. They've been policing the border themselves for much longer and at much higher capacity than we do.
It's ours. We're going to be changing sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of $50 to $60 trillion worth of assets. We're going to be...
What is he talking about? Joe Biden increased the GDP, created millions of jobs. Like, it's just nonsense. Solitaire, isn't it crazy that some of the people with the most money are so bad at managing it because they stay rich because people just giving them money anyway? It really is. This is a man that bankrupted 3 casinos because he opened them next to each other and had them compete with each other. How do you fail a casino, let alone 3?
Changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate. It's appropriate. And Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. They can stop them.
Oh, don't worry, Solitaire. You'll be able to get a loan pretty soon, pretty easily, with a pretty shit credit score. It's just going to come with, I mean, to be fair, the interest rates are already insane, but an unmanageable amount of interest so that you are forever in debt once you have to take out the loan. Isn't he like one of the only people to bankrupt casinos? I think so.
And we're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada because...
Wait, I thought we didn't need the tariffs. You said that a couple weeks ago because he got off the phone with Claudia Sheinbaum and said, oh no, Mexico agreed to all of our demands. We don't need the tariffs anymore. Just flip-flop back and forth. They don't mean any of what they say because they're not in charge. It's the oligarchs that are in charge. Donald Trump is a puppet. He's a puppet. I wonder who wrote these talking points for him. Probably Elon or someone that works for him. I don't think it was a flip-flop. I think he forgot. Probably too, but also they do regularly do this on purpose, the flip-flopping. It produces the effect that they want of a lack of critical thinking because they will constantly bombard you with both points of view that are conflicting, and it trains you to just block out anything that conflicts with your point of view.
Canada, they come through Canada too, and the drugs
It's
that are
all
coming through
hypnosis, brainwashing
record
bullshit.
numbers. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place.
What did he say at the end there? One more time?
And Canada, because Canada, they come through Canada too, and the drugs that are coming through are at record numbers.
He's talking about people going to Canada to buy their medicine at a price that is affordable and then bringing it home. That's the drugs coming into the country from Canada. Okay, now we continue with the mental decline of this man. Honestly, he's worse than Biden. Biden had a stutter, so he sounded worse. He's worse than Biden. His brain has rotted more so than Biden. Oops, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't have my camera on.
And they're 25 stories tall, 40 stories. They have 170 stories tall. The blades, they take 3 ships to ship them. It's crazy. They're dangerous. You see what's happening up in...
He's talking about
the
windmills.
Massachusetts area with the whales, where they had 2 whales wash ashore in, I think, a 17-year period. And now they had 14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy, obviously.
I don't know what his obsession with the windmills and the whales is, because he's been stuck on this for like a year now. This part just has me mind blown. I don't know what to say. The windmills are scaring the whales, all right? We gotta help the whales.
And now they had 14 this season. The windmills are driving the whales crazy.
You idiot, it's climate change.
Obviously. And they had
whales are more intelligent than him. Some whales have language and culture. You can go look at orcas. Orcas make art on the seafloor. They literally draw in the sand and make art. Ik weet that nothing to do with military testing undersea weapons then? Oh yeah, none of that either. Of course not.
Actually over, I think 125 or something over a number of years. And we don't
almost certainly solitaire.
It's a disaster for us.
Orcas are whales, are they not? Are orcas whales? Are they dolphins? No, holy shit, they're dolphins. I did not know that. Okay, they're honorary whales. They're close enough. Now, let's continue, because I don't understand this bit. Now, he says, in this, he says, as the expression goes, you don't itch. Let's listen to him say the thing, but I've never heard this before in my life, and I know there's some of you that are older in my audience, so if you have any idea what in the fuck he's talking about here, please tell me. I remember listening to Bush when I was in my 20s and thinking he didn't sound all there. Oh yeah, if you watch a video of George W. Bush talking, we used to make fun of him for being stupid. George W. Bush sounds like a fucking scholar.
He wants all gas heaters out of your homes and apartments. He wants them to be replaced by essentially electric heaters. I don't know what it is with electric. This guy loves electric. We're going to be ending the electric car mandate quickly, by the way. This guy loves electric. And we don't have enough electricity. And then we have AI where we need more. And he wants to get...
Fuck your AI.
He wants everybody to have an electric heater instead of a gas heater. Gas heater is much less expensive. The heat is much better.
Okay, first of all, gas heaters can be more expensive depending on where you live. Electric heaters could be more expensive depending on where you live. True. Secondly, better heat. Yeah, that was the next point, Captain Buggy. What the fuck is better heat? Because it's not hotter, it's just better heat.
It's much less expensive. The heat is much better. It's a much better heat. As the expression goes, you don't itch. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you scratch and that's what they want you to have?
What is he talking about here? Please tell me what this it doesn't itch thing is. I mean, he's just word salading all over the place, but like, holy shit, guys, we used to be a real country. Now we have the president talking about better heat and how it makes you itch. Maybe old heaters in the old days would make you itchy. Yeah, but I've never heard this in my life, Captain Buggy. My parents are 65. They grew up in Turkey back in the day. If they had shitty heaters that would make you itch, at least my parents would know, at the very least, you know? Dry heat? How is the oil heater any less dry heat? Oh, you know, it's better heat because it's better. It gives you that funny feeling in the head when you leave the burner on for too long, and that makes it better. Ah, now I'm catching on.
Heat is much better. It's a much better heat. As the expression goes, you don't itch. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you scratch and that's what they want you to have? They don't want.
He's
you
not
to
insane. He's just he has dementia. The man is more mentally declined than Joe Biden was. Joe Biden at least had the mental forethought to troll the right by giving George Soros a fucking Medal of Freedom. Hillary Clinton as well. Those were funny. They don't deserve those, obviously, but it was funny. Still has his own brain working from time to time. Donald Trump has nothing in there. It's just soup.
You don't have the problems of the electric, and the source is plentiful. They're much cheaper to operate. They're much better. They work much better. They look much better.
I mean, I don't know what to say to that. He's not just insane. This is stupid. We used to be a real fucking country.
These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them. There's
Just
something
aesthetic.
wrong with them. They also want to go back, and they have already started that, to when you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve, even in areas that have so much water.
First of all, you buy a faucet? Excuse
When
me?
you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve, even in areas that have so much water you don't know what to do. It's called rain. Comes down from heaven.
Okay, hold on. There's so much to talk about here. First of all,
To when you buy a faucet, no water comes out.
no water comes out. This is a bullshit claim that like nobody could substantiate. But what does come out of the faucet, oftentimes with the water, is lead, heavy metals, chemicals, pig shit, dog shit, cow shit, manure. All of this is in, by the way, also plastic. Is this a metaphor? No, it's not a metaphor. What happens if Trump ushers in a golden era, hypothetically speaking? Would you support him in hindsight? It depends on what he did. If he, you know, did good things without doing bad things, sure, I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. But there is statistically a chance of me getting struck by lightning 4 times in the next hour that is higher than that happening. Tyler the Flower. Solitaire, can't believe turning on the TV is enough to feel like I'm visiting Alzheimer's ward in a nursing home. Yeah, kinda.
Out because they want to preserve, even in areas that have so much water you don't know what to do.
That's the second bit. There is only one place on this planet right now, the entire planet, there's one place that has source of fresh water that is growing in size and not depleting. Just one. Every other freshwater source, every reservoir, every lake, every river, all of them are depleting in the amount of fresh water there is, except for the Great Lakes region in the United States. That's the only place where there is more water being added to the lake than water that is being taken from it. So this idea of there's so much water everywhere, they're reducing, Tyler. Everywhere else, there is a reduction in the amount of fresh water that is available. We're going to be having water wars in the next 10 years. I guarantee it. But the Great Lakes region, the United States, we have the OP starting point in a Civ game. That's why, by the way, another reason why they want Canada and Greenland, because that's all fresh water that melts in. If you're thinking about moving somewhere, Illinois, Wisconsin, that area would be where I go, because that's going to be the new New York. Don't tell Nestle about the Great Lakes, so I'm sure they already know.
It's called rain. Comes down from heaven, and they want to do no water comes out of the shower.
Who's trying? Have you guys, any of you, experienced this? You try and take a shower and there's no water coming out of the shower. Oh, by the way, one more thing, actually. This I've talked about before, and it pisses me off.
Nothing wrong with them. They also want to go back, and they have already started that.
Wait,
go back. They also
where does he say that the fucking?
Also want to go back, and they have already started that. To when you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve even. And they want to do.
Here we go.
No water comes out of the shower. It goes drip, drip.
He's talking about rainwater. Did you guys know that it's illegal in the United States for you to collect rainwater in some parts of the country? Now, in Australia, most houses have rainwater tanks standard built into the home. Those generally attach to the toilet or the faucet or even sometimes the shower, depending on where you live, and it helps you use the rainwater instead of having to pay money to the water company. In America, it is illegal to do this in some places. Water collection, private residence. It's the government's rainwater. You're allowed to collect a certain amount of rainwater per year in most places, but not all of them. There are states that have restrictions. Like, for example, it is entirely illegal in Colorado. You require a permit to collect water in California. In Texas, you're actively encouraged to do this. That's the thing, right? He's talking about waterfalls from the sky. We have a lot of water. You can't use it. And drip, drip, he's so fucking stupid. This is true. Solitaire, if he's talking about the West Coast, it might make sense, but the thing is, the majority of the water there is used to grow cow feed, shipped off, sold to Saudi Arabia. Yep, also alfalfa, almonds, all that shit needs to go. The dairy industry, he has to be defensive of the beef and dairy industry because they own him and they own RFK.
Drip. So what happens? You're in the shower 10 times as long, you know. No water comes out of the faucet. You want to wash your hands. They want to go back to even stronger.
You say democratic states, but Texas is the only one that actively encourages it. It's also not allowed in Utah, which is another conservative state. Golf courses are thirsty also. Yeah. Golf courses should be made illegal. We should end the meat and dairy industry entirely and just move on to lab-grown meat and lab-grown dairy products because we already have the ability to do them in a way that you couldn't tell. And it would use less water. It would not require you to use antibiotics. It would not have plastic in it. Those are already illegal in Florida. I know. And you know why? It's because they're owned by these industries. They talk about make America healthy again, yet they never talk about red meat being one of the main foods that we know is bad for you, especially men. It's bad for your heart, it's bad for your cholesterol, but it also reduces sperm production. So it's seen as a manly food, except it makes you less manly. It makes you it makes you shoot blanks.
Longer than what they have right now. As you know, I ended that policy. You can
True,
have all
Solitaire.
the water you want. Makes no difference. It comes weird, especially in certain areas. We have so much water, we don't know what to do with it. These people are crazy.
I think the next 10 years will drastically reduce the burden on the agriculture industry. The agriculture industry isn't burdened, Tyler. They burden us. I want to take away our burden and put it on to the agriculture industry. To be fair, I'd prefer to just nationalize the industry. But again, it's considered manly, so yeah, you're right.
This
reality doesn't matter. Post-truth world.
Experience we have.
This is in regards to the ban on offshore drilling that Biden just put in that Trump will just immediately take away. That's the thing with executive orders is the next president can just remove them?
People that I can rely on, but the 625 million acres, people can't realize it's like the whole ocean.
Welcome to
Take an
Inside
acre. You know, an acre, you have a house on a half an acre. Take an acre. You know, people can't realize it's like the whole ocean. Take an acre. You know, an acre, you have.
Just wait until saltwater from sea level rise intrudes on farmland and makes it unusable. Yeah, that'll happen too, Solitaire, but I feel like we'll have some bigger issues before that hits.
A house on a half an acre, on a quarter of an acre, or an acre. If you have an acre, you have a big deal. Now you multiply that by 625 million acres. It's like, feels like the whole ocean. And experience, we have people.
Yeah, look, you want to know who's in charge, who's actually in charge? People like this. People like this guy. These are who's in charge. Oh, whoops, don't have the video on that screen. And yes, I thought he was a real estate guy. Yeah, he's a bad one.
Again, I don't think we're ever in a cyclical world, but there are certainly certain parallels in the U.S. in the 2020s to Germany in the 1920s, where liberalism is exhausted. One suspects that democracy, whatever that means, is exhausted, and we have to ask some questions very far outside the Overton window. Again, I don't think we're ever in a cyclical world, but
this fascist scum who owns JD Vance, Polymarket, Crypto Tech Bros, all of them, those are the ones making the decisions. Greg17 Prime, I spoke to a soil biologist recently, and she says saline will kill agriculture in the Midwest within 10 years. It will be a nonstop dust bowl. This is entirely true, which is another reason why we want parts of Mexico and Canada, as climate change is going to make more arable land in Canada as the ice melts there, and we will be using that to farm instead. The economic center of the United States is shifting towards the Great Lakes for a reason. Corridor crew, how many solar panels would humans need to visualize video would slap hard right now? What? They show you what area solar needs versus cows? It's crazy. I feel like that's pretty stupid because A, you don't just use solar, you use solar, wind, hydro energy, a combination of the three. You can have nuclear energy in the United States as well. We have nuclear power plants. A combination of all with redundancies is the best course of action. Much of the middle of the country is empty as well. So let's jump from Trump to the media. Let's see how CNN is casually talking about annexing sovereign nations. And solar also fits on roofs. Good point. Australia did this. Many houses in Australia have solar on their roofs. It was actually subsidized by the government. And now there's almost like a tax on the energy you produce because it's connected to the grid. So the solar panels on your house, on the roof of your house, will power your house, but then some of that energy also goes into the wider energy grid and powers other things. It's a really good system, actually.
Says what he means, what he's really going to do. I mean, even the fact that Don Jr. is going to Greenland.
I want to talk about Greenland, though.
You can link it, Tyler.
I mean, look, everybody would like to buy Greenland, but are we going to take it by force?
Yeah, CNN has bent the knee like a month ago already, but
I don't know. We could. There's not that many people there. But I don't think we should have to. And here's why we should want it. They got rare earth minerals. We already have some kind of a space base there. And it would fortify us against the Russians.
The question is, what is how?
I mean, Trump's a wheeler dealer. Make an offer to the Denmark and see what they have to say.
Denmark offered to buy us in return. Just in case you guys didn't know. Yeah, I hate Scott Jennings too.
Willing to pay.
I don't know. How much could it possibly? I mean, people poo-pooed buying Alaska, and it turned out fine.
I mean, look,
I mean, they called it Seward's Folly. They were mad about it then, and look what, it's great.
Except he's not talking about buying these countries. He's talking about annexing them. Remember, he only ruled out the use of military force against Canada. Let me see if I can find a video of Denmark offering to buy the US. Here we go. And of course, you're paywalled. I hate you. I hate you so much. There we go. Here's one. As we have stated, Denmark is not for sale, a spokesperson for the Danish government said on Friday. We have noted, however, that during the Trump regime, pretty much everything in the United States, including its government, has most definitely been for sale. Denmark would be interested in purchasing the United States in its entirety, with the exception of its government, the spokesperson added. A key provision of the purchase offer, the spokesperson said, would be to relocate Donald Trump to another country, to be determined, with Russia and North Korea cited as possible destinations. If Denmark's bid for the United States accepted, the Scandinavian nation has ambitious plans for its new acquisition. We believe that by giving the U.S. an education system and national health care, it could be transformed from a vast landmass into a great nation. So,
we got
base Denmark. But no one's gonna, no one's gonna take any of that seriously, but people will still take these clowns
Welcome to Inside Politics.
seriously.
That was over an hour of Donald Trump giving a news conference, answering questions, and giving us some new information about what he
Denmark is the
intends
shit.
to do, or at the very least is not ruling out when he takes office, including not ruling out a military invasion to conquer Greenland, the Panama Canal, and perhaps the annexation of the country of Canada. There is a lot more to discuss. We have a terrific panel here. Caitlin Collins, you are our chief White House correspondent, in addition to all of your other titles. What's that?
13 more days
Thank
to
you,
go.
Solitaire.
Yeah, okay. But you obviously have been covering Donald Trump for a very long time. Before I get to you, I do want to play David Sanger, our friend at the New York Times, his question about the Panama Canal and on Greenland, and Donald Trump's response before you respond.
No, I can't assure you on either of those two, but I can say this. We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that you'll have to do something.
We've seen this already. Come on.
Look, the
God,
Panama...
I hate CNN so much.
Question is, Caitlin, how much of this is...
Indigenous people in Greenland want out from under the thumb of Denmark, but they don't want to be part of the USA. Yep. Johnny Harris actually did a decent video about that as well. They want independence, but it doesn't look like they're getting independence either way now.
Donald Trump trying to negotiate and posturing and warning them. And how much do you really think he means it, particularly given the fact that a big part of his consistent campaign message for 8 years has been, I'm going to get us out of wars?
Well,
which was
an
entire
extraordinary
lie.
moment, one of the most extraordinary moments of that press conference, where he was refusing to rule out using military force to retake the Panama Canal. Something that...
I'm sorry, guys. I can't listen to these people. I genuinely can't. They're not living in the same reality as us anymore. They're all either pretending like everything is going to be relatively the same, or they're just agents of the capital class. They're operatives. They know what they're doing. They're there for a reason. These are all liars and grifters.
He himself brought up, I should note, in this press conference.
Even the people that I
asked,
somewhat kind of respected at some
Obviously,
point.
it's a signature achievement.
Even those that occasionally have good analysis, they don't exist for you.
Of Jimmy Carter's, he's about to be lying in state here in Washington. Trump said he was asked about it, but Trump brought it up in his opening remarks. It's something that he's been quite fixated on behind the scenes, from what I've heard from sources in the past few weeks on this issue, complaining about Chinese influence. Obviously, this was a signature achievement of Jimmy Carter's. He believed it improved relations with Latin America for the United States, and still, it's one of his biggest accomplishments that people talk about.
I have decided no. So, a big part of all of this, right, is the idea of using the military, the United States military, using the military to either threaten other countries, to annex other countries, to have the National Guard active inside the borders of the United States, to go to blue states to help ICE with deportations, which is really just putting them in labor camps. Not a lot of people are getting deported. They're just going to get put in the camps so they can do labor. Caitlin Collins' bio states that she is apolitical. Maybe that's a secret to being a talking head, I suppose. Wouldn't making Panama, US make it 10 times easier for South American immigrants? Probably. Yeah. Do they care? No. Okay. But the point being, military is going to play a big role here, and that's what we're going to go into next. I just have to go pee really quickly, and when I come back, we can have a look at some of the stuff that's coming out of our military, including some more information on the terrorist attacks that happened this past week. Labor camps become extermination camps very, very quickly. They can. It's just, I don't think they want that. I think the labor benefits them more. Everything about this new administration is labor camps everywhere. It's labor camps in schools. It's labor camps for immigrants. It's, I mean, we already have labor camps as our prisons, because that's what they are. We already have it legal in the Constitution of if you were imprisoned, you can be enslaved. So the capital class is more interested in slave labor than burying bodies. Exactly. Solitaire. So right before, like, we're gonna talk about all of the terrorists and the extremists and the military and all that, but I do want to go on a slight little tangent right here. So, man who exploded his Cybertruck outside of Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, the terrorist rather, used generative AI, police say. There was a guy way back in the day, back in the 1800s. He was a smart dude. He wrote a book about capitalism, and in it he said that machines make people lazy, and I agree with that entirely. Are you you're planning your terrorist attacks with ChatGPT? Is that what they've come to now? The investigation of Livelsberger's searches through ChatGPT indicate he was looking for information on explosive targets, the speed at which certain rounds of ammunition would travel, whether fireworks were legal in Arizona. By the way, this guy, he was active military in a PSYOP division, and his job was an IED expert. He was an IED he was an expert in bombs and PSYOPs, and he's still on ChatGPT planning his fucking terrorist attack. This is the first incident that I'm aware of on US soil where ChatGPT is utilized to help an individual build a particular device. It's a concerning moment. And of course, the MAGA people reject that any of these crazy people are MAGA. They don't have proof. Literally, they not even. It's not even. They're not they can't reject it because, here, I can show you. Where is it? He was a big Trump supporter. You can see his posts. You can see his manifesto. We're going to see all of this shit. This guy was not just a Trump supporter. He was a Nazi. Now, real quick for something funny. This guy had to make all these different stops to get from Colorado to Vegas to charge his shitty Cybertruck. But the funniest thing I find is that he went to the wrong Las Vegas first. Did you go to the wrong Las Vegas? How? How? So I want you guys quickly, before we go into each of these different instances, because there was the New Orleans one, there's the guy, the one we're talking about in Las Vegas, there's the Virginia man who goes arrested with the largest cache of bombs in the FBI's history. All of these people are ex-military, barring, I believe, the Virginia man. Most of the terrorism done domestically is done by right-wingers. It's done by white people. It's often even done by ex-military. The reason for this is that during the Iraq and Afghanistan war, we turned to recruiting from prisons, neo-Nazis, the Klan, groups that were usually outside of the general discourse. We sent them away, we sent them off to fight in the war. They spent years in Iraq and Afghanistan killing brown people. They're open and proud Nazis, by the way, including the bomber that we're talking about now.
Investigation into the man behind the Cybertruck explosion in Las Vegas. Late today, police saying the driver left behind notes on his phone, detailing his actions and clues to a possible motive. Newly released surveillance video shows Army Green Beret Matthew Livelsberger at a Tesla charging station during his trip to Las Vegas.
I don't remember seeing anything like that, but honestly, I would believe it. I mean, I grew up in New Jersey by New York City post 9/11. I remember what the Islamophobia was like. Get ready for that level of Islamophobia to come back, by the way.
Chilling video of his final destination, the Trump Hotel. Authorities say Livelsberger died by suicide just before that blast.
I hate that they won't label this a terrorist attack. I hate that.
In the notes he left behind, he railed against the United States, but he held no animosity toward the president-elect. And he wrote, quote, "This was not a terrorist attack. It was a wake-up call."
That's exactly what a terrorist blowing up a vehicle, like in front of a hotel, to have a political message be spread, would say. It is literally terrorism. The shit people would casually say after 9/11 was wild. Yep.
ABC's Mola Lenghi leads us off in Las Vegas again tonight.
Tonight, authorities saying the highly decorated Green Beret suspected of using
yeah, it didn't kill a CEO, so it's not terrorism.
Explosives to blow up that Cybertruck outside of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas left behind notes found on his cell phone, providing clues to a possible motive.
And in there, you can read a couple of the excerpts. "We are the United States of America, the best country, people to ever exist. But right now, we are terminally ill and headed
the best
towards collapse."
People to ever exist. And right now, we are terminally ill and headed towards collapse. I do agree with that bit.
This was not a terrorist attack. It was a wake-up call.
It totally
Americans
was.
Only pay attention to spectacles and violence. What better way to get my point across than a stunt with fireworks and explosives? Why did I personally do it now? I need to cleanse my mind of the brothers I've lost and relieve myself of the burden of the lives I took.
Officials confirming that 37-year-old Matthew Livelsberger died by suicide just before the explosion. Master Sergeant Livelsberger was on approved leave from his base in Germany. A senior U.S. official telling ABC News there had been no red flags. Authorities releasing these new surveillance images.
There should have been several red flags. There's photos of this guy with like swastika flags flying behind him. Hold on.
Images showing him at a Tesla charge.
Oopsie.
As he made his way from Colorado to New Mexico, Arizona, and Nevada. That Cybertruck rented via the app Turo. Livelsberger pulling into the hotel valet at 7:35 a.m. Wednesday before pulling out, returning an hour later. And then, 17 seconds later, the explosion. 7 bystanders injured. Sources say Livelsberger was divorced and had recently remarried. His wife reportedly telling authorities he'd been out of the house in Colorado Springs since Christmas following a dispute over infidelity.
Literally the most Republican. You divorced your wife, so then you go do a terrorist attack. I'm sorry, your wife divorced you, rather, so you go do a terrorist attack. You can't get more Republican than that, guys. Islamophobia is still in Canada, is still out of control. Before 9/11, things were totally different. Ultracons were obsessed with sports and truck brands. Yeah, and now it's just hate Muslims. Everyone.
And while investigators say they found those notes railing against the condition of the United States, they say the soldier held no animosity towards President-elect Trump.
we've found that the subject held no animosity towards the president-elect. The Army indicates that he likely suffered from PTSD, and we are also aware that there were potential other family issues or personal grievances in his own life that may have been contributing factors.
Investigators scouring the suspect's background. FBI and local police searching this townhome in Colorado Springs. Neighbors stunned.
He seemed normal. His wife is very nice. They just had a baby.
Well, Mary, late today, the sheriff here in Las Vegas saying they are aware of a podcast claiming to have a letter from Matthew Livelsberger mentioning.
Okay, fuck you. Obviously, these guys aren't telling you the full truth. Obviously, this guy is a terrorist. In fact, it's so concerning. Whoa, whoopsie. Closed the wrong link. There's my sources. Come back here. They make him sound like a victim. They do. They want to make him sound like a victim because they don't like the idea of extremists in our military doing terrorist attacks on U.S. soil. It scares the shit out of them, in fact.
Some new clues into why a Green Beret set off a homemade bomb outside of Trump Tower. Thanks for joining us here at 4. I'm Heather Mills.
And I'm Ozzy, live outside the Trump Hotel with new information.
And Ozzy and Heather, before setting off this bomb at the Trump Hotel behind me, police say Matthew Livelsberger left behind something that they're calling a digital journal, notes in his phone that said in...
Well, it benefits the working class or the left. It's terrorism. If it's right wing, it's making a statement. This is true. We are going to be more and more labeled in this way. I really need to get, like, off this platform. I need to get my own website up and running. I could still stream to these sites, but they're going to take me down and everyone else down pretty quickly.
Part that it was time for America to wake up and rally, his words, around President-elect Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And that has led the FBI...
This girl with 350 Twitch followers on the other side of the country, I think she's a terrorist. Let's drone strike her. That's my future. News anchor costumes are getting strange. They're all dressed like Reagan's wife.
FBI and Metro Police to believe that this was all planned and all meant to be some sort of stunt. This new video we received today shows Livelsberger charging that Tesla Cybertruck that he would then explode in Kingman before the bombing.
Can we please stop calling it the Tesla fucking Cybertruck? Just say he blew up his car. It doesn't need to be a Tesla ad. Every news article about this does not need to be an ad.
Just one piece of new evidence, including photos and writings investigators found on his phone. Police say this video shows Livelsberger walking around that car, soon to be full of fireworks and consumer explosives that investigators say he actually bought on his way here in New Mexico. Now, writings on Livelsberger's phone indicates frustration with the military. And in one of them, he said, quote, "Fellow service members, veterans, and all Americans, time to wake up. We are being led by weak and feckless leadership who only serve to enrich themselves." The FBI saying today there is no tie right now, no known tie right now, as to why he chose this hotel or that Tesla.
I'll tell you why. He's mad about H-1B visas. That's it. It's just another one of those people that are mad about the H-1B visas. Now, in regards to the actual, like, letter, let's have a look at the letter in more detail. Let's do a little bit of a deep dive. Main piece of information that does not fit into any plausible explanation of the Las Vegas bombing, allegedly by Matthew Livelsberger, is in this email. Now, again, I haven't read this, so we're going to learn together how true this is. And yeah, I'm not sure how much I trust this account, but let's give it a go. So, one second. I feel like this is fake. I think I saw this. Never mind. This might be fake. Let me have a look at it again. First, I'm not under duress or hostile influence control. My first car was a 2006 black Ford Mustang V6. We have been seeing with drones is the operation of gravitic propulsion systems powered aircraft by, most recently by China on the East Coast throughout history of the US. Only we in China have this capability. China has been launching them from the Atlantic from submarines for years, blah, blah, blah. this just looks like brain damage. Fuck that. Hell no. This looks like brain damage, and I don't care enough to cover it. If Luke Beasley did, then you can watch that one. What I do care about, though, what I really care about, is the fact that both this guy, both our terrorist bomber in front of Trump Tower, as well as the New Orleans bomber and shooter, worked at Fort Bragg. They were on the same base. In fact, they were deployed to Afghanistan at the same time. They both worked in the same division, I believe, or at least one of them did, which is, I believe, the 56th Company something something. It's a PSYOP division. It's the division that Mike Flynn, who is QAnon, used to head. And when you think about that, and then you hear, I don't know, stuff like this, it sounds scary, and now more questions start to appear. Because what's going on here?
On the explosive devices planted by the New Orleans attacker. Officials are telling our he'd served in Afghanistan.
Oh, come on. Sorry.
Hours of
it's the fact that my mouse has a bunch of buttons on the side, and if I accidentally click one, it'll mess with the whole video. So I need to try not to do that.
Planted by the New Orleans attacker. Officials are telling our John Miller that the attacker drove a car through that crowd in the early hours of New Year's Day, murdering 14 people, injuring dozens more. Used a rare organic compound, not
what in the gamer mouse is that? It's a gamer mouse. It's for like MMOs.
Previously seen before in the United States. And officials are trying to determine exactly how the attacker may have obtained it. These are crucial new details. We have more on this coming up.
Rare compounds never seen before in the United States appearing in bombs. Now, I would like to remind everybody that this is all part of the plan of stir up fear, because it is going to be used as justification to crack down on civil liberties later. Much of this is a psyop. There has to be some of what's going on is a psyop, whether or not the events themselves are. They might not be. They might just be crazy people. We have a lot of crazy people, especially in the military. But how it's being framed, how it's being reported on, absolutely a psychological operation being employed on you, on me, on everyone else in the United States to be able to justify the crackdown on civil rights and civil liberties in the name of public safety. The Patriot Act 2.0, shortly in the future.
Here in just a moment, and it comes as we are having more information coming in on the man who blew himself up in a Cybertruck outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Officials just releasing video of Matthew Livelsberger stopping at a charging station en route to Las Vegas.
Give me the actual shit about the chemicals. There we go.
The New Year's Eve attacker in New Orleans, Shamsuddin Jabbar, also served in Afghanistan, also decorated for his service. His commander in Afghanistan tweeting today, quote, "I am in utter disbelief. He was a great soldier, someone who showed discipline and dedication. To think that the same individual who once embodied quiet professionalism could harbor so much hate, leading to such unspeakable atrocities, is incomprehensible and heartbreaking."
Nobody is born this way. Nobody is hateful, and like we've covered him talking before. I've shown a video of him doing like a job interview video. Guy was a normal dude. People, thanks for the sub back, guys. These people are taught to be this way. Most people get radicalized very, very, very quickly. You're either pretty resistant to it, or you're already radicalized, and everyone in between. The moment that you fall into the trap of you're around people now, your social media feed has started showing you right-wing stuff, it's a very fast decline. Just look at J.D. Vance. Prior to meeting with Peter Thiel, dude was like a racist, but he was a hick. He was a hick type of racist. He wrote the book called Hillbilly Allergy, where he talked about hillbillies around his like community and how their racism was stupid, and how like he's one of those people that think that their racism is better because it's based on some form of pseudoscience that they think is real instead of based on bigotry. And that was about it. He wasn't a Nazi. J.D. Vance, these days, you don't see him much anymore. He's behind the scenes, but he has been very much fully indoctrinated in like the span of a couple months. Elon Musk is another example. Elon is an interesting one because he's part of the capital class. So his interest will always be capital and himself. But he used to be a bit of a lib. And whether it was just having a trans daughter or spending time online, he became a full believer. He believes in the woke mind virus shit. Like, he's not just saying that, he believes it. And it didn't take very long for his brain to break. The system is built to produce these outcomes. These people are, these decorated soldiers might have been good. To be fair, they also might have been pretty fucking evil based on the type of people we recruited for our military, but that in and of itself does not make them a bad person. They likely weren't. I like to expect good from people, even if it's a bit naive. Someone is a good person until they prove otherwise, is a good starting point. But they were made to be this way. I think benefiting from apartheid might have something to do with it. His parents definitely weren't the picture of tolerance. Well, I mean, we watched a video of Elon's dad yesterday talking about this.
But a newly uncovered audio file uploaded by Jabbar about a year ago offers a look into his religious beliefs. There he says, quote, Satan's voice is also the misleading of people from Allah's way. They really go hand in hand.
Oh, yes, I forgot. This guy had fully converted to Islam and apparently joined ISIS.
What this gradually drives a person to. It's a gentle, gradual luring into the things that God has made forbidden to us.
Now, again, remember, this guy, as well as Matthew Livelsberger, worked on the same military base, were deployed to Afghanistan at the same time, and had at least a connection to PSYOP division of our government. I feel like it's a bit weird. I can't tell what part of this is the PSYOP. It's hard. Something here is wrong, though. In this entire picture of events, we're missing something.
The intoxicants like marijuana, alcohol, sedatives, opioid stimulants, and others. But despite the military and service similarities between the two attackers, officials say that the two incidents are not connected. But still tonight, law enforcement is on high alert as the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI are warning of possible attacks. We've got both stories covered tonight with Natasha Chen on the ground in Las Vegas and Omar Jimenez in New Orleans. And Omar, let's start there with you with this breaking details here that we are learning. What have you found out?
Yeah, so law enforcement officials are telling our John Miller that it was a rare organic compound not previously seen in the United States that was used in the explosive devices that were found.
Are they going to tell us what this rare organic compound was, or do I have to look it up?
In the French Quarter area after the attack that began at the intersection just behind me. And it comes as investigators are also learning more about the actions taken leading up to the time of the attack.
I've heard the suggestion that Fort Haig is brainwashing soldiers. Not Fort Haig, Fort Bragg. And I have a lot about Fort Bragg that we're about to get into in a second. Like, it's bad over there. These people are fucking demons over there. And this is our military. But before we get to that,
tonight, investigators saying they've determined that 42-year-old Samsudeen Jabbar set fire to the Airbnb in New Orleans where he was staying ahead of the attack. Authorities say he set a small fire in the hallway and strategically placed accelerants around the house as part of his effort to destroy evidence. All of this as federal authorities are now warning law enforcement across the country to be on the lookout for potential copycat attacks.
So, by the way, from this point, I don't care about mainstream media. I do a better job than CNN does anyway. Immediately following this, when we found out that both of these terrorist attacks were American citizens, former military, born and raised in the United States, this is what Tom Homan is saying in relation to this. This is our new border czar.
They're trying to sell parts of the border wall. Even after what happens in New Orleans and Las Vegas, they're still releasing thousands a day into this country through the CBP One app, through the CHNV program.
pretend that they're illegal immigrants. That's the way that they're going. I don't know if you could hear it. The audio for this is a bit fucked. Fox always has shitty audio. But yeah, no, doesn't matter that these two were American citizens, were former U.S. military. No. It's the illegals, like everything else. Fuck Airbnb, I guess. Well, I mean, fuck Airbnb. But to someone who Solitaire, you were talking about Elon's parents. Here's Elon's dad talking about his mother and his grandparents.
No, wait a minute. When we were going out, she still going out. I didn't get her parents. By the way, were very fanatical in favor of apartheid. This is quite interesting. Her parents came to South Africa from Canada because they sympathized with the Afrikaner government. They used to support Hitler and all that sort of stuff. But they didn't know, obviously, I don't think they knew what the Nazis were doing.
Yes, they did.
But they in Canada, they were in the German party in Canada, and they sympathized with the Germans.
Yeah.
So when the Afrikaners government came into power here in 1948, then May's father, who was quite an interesting guy, he was a very good
Elon's
pilot.
grandfather.
He said he wants to be with the Afrikaners because he agrees with apartheid. And
so many closet Nazis in Canada. Yeah, there is. There's so many. I mean, there were many closeted Nazis in the U.S. Now they're just like out of the closet. I want to put them back in the closet. So, just as like a little segue segment before we get into the atrocities at Fort Bragg, I want to talk about where a lot of this emotion goes to. Actually, hold on, there's this one first. Also, this is the Virginia man who was arrested for having the largest cache of finished explosives and pipe bombs that the FBI had ever found. He believed missing children in the news had been taken by the federal government to be trained as school shooters. He was an Alex Jones propaganda wingnut. So, the people that are doing the terrorism are all on the right wing. They all believe the most insane shit. This guy right here, right? Not a bad person. He's a terrorist, but he genuinely believed that missing children in the news had been taken by the federal government to be trained as school shooters. This is why it should be illegal for a media personality, an elected official, a newscaster, to objectively, openly, deliberately, knowingly lie, like when they do their job. That used to be illegal. I want that to be a law that is in place, that is justifiable by a court of law. Like, you know, if you claim someone is lying, then you bring them to court. Now, we have that with defamation, but I just want it to be illegal for politicians and media personalities to lie. Just to lie. Yeah, just like Pizzagate, Greg17. It's almost exactly. Back as World War II, German sympathizers go straight to jail and never come out. You guys do realize that post-World War II, the Nazi population in Germany grew. I've talked about this before when we talked about denazification, but in 1949, the vast majority of Germans living in post-Nazi Germany, in the US-controlled portion, when polled, and surveyed rather, 1946, 6% of Germans thought that the Nuremberg trials had been unfair. Only 6. In 1950, 1 in 3 thought it was unfair, had been unfair. You gave them 4 years of breathing room, and they grew from 6% to 1/3 of the population. The Nazis go straight into the hole and never come out. It's really wild to see that kids in schools who lied all the time and didn't stop lying, people just started believing them. Yeah, kinda. Basically what happened. Now, all of this, though, all of these lies, right? Even the missing children in the news taken by the federal government, all of that stuff, it ties into existing race, ethnic, gender, sexual relations that people have, ideas of how these relate in society. There is a manufacturing of anger, fear, and hatred. And when you have that, it leads to things like this.
Behind bars after being denied bond in a Henrico court. 26-year-old Erin Elizabeth Ann Strotman was arraigned today in connection to that ongoing investigation into the hospital's neonatal intensive care unit. And our 8 News reporter Victoria Lucas is taking action, getting new information in this case today from the courthouse.
This nurse was breaking the bones of black babies in the NICU at the hospital she worked at. She was breaking the bones of babies that were black because she hated them. If any Nazi soldier, officer, prison guard from World War II is still breathing after being convicted by the Allies, that's an unfair trial. Yeah, I can agree with that one.
She joins us this evening in Henrico with the latest.
The judge presiding in this case denied reporters access into the courtroom, but Henrico County Commonwealth's attorney Shannon Taylor did confirm Erin Strotman was denied bond. Strotman faces 1 count of felony child neglect and 1 count of felony malicious wounding for an injury to an infant on or about November 10th.
This was more than 1 infant.
We will leave no stone unturned.
Henrico County's top prosecutor letting reporters know
the charges that she's facing are nothing. What the fuck? She should be having, like, much more serious charges than this.
her office will continue to work very aggressively into the investigation into Henrico Doctors Hospital's neonatal intensive care unit. In less than 2 weeks, 1 woman has been charged and arrested, 26-year-old Erin Elizabeth Ann Strotman of Chesterfield County, who was denied bond by a judge Friday afternoon.
Absolutely iodine borderline.
While there has been an arrest.
Except it's not a hate crime anymore. Remember that all racism is just anti-white racism now. You're only racist if you're racist against white people, and everything else is normal.
For one person for allegedly inflicting injury on a single victim, I would emphasize this is an ongoing investigation spanning potential offenses committed in both 2023 and 2024.
The ongoing investigation centered around 7 babies in total. The hospital alerting the community online that 4 babies...
They'll keep her in solitary for a bit. They won't throw her into Gen Pop because, yeah, you're right. Like, if you hurt kids, you get your shit rocked in prison.
Had, quote, unexplainable fractures in 2024, similar to an incident in 2023. Strotman.
One more time?
Unexplainable fractures in 2024, similar to an incident in 2023. Strotman now facing charges for 1 child out of the 7.
We will continue to work on building cases if there is evidence present to build other cases to find if there's additional criminal culpability.
It makes me sick. It truly makes me sick.
Dominique Hackey is one of the 3 families who showed up to court.
Sorry, the English don't count as white anymore. I'm joking, obviously, but on that note, really quickly, because it relates to this, the insanity of the right ties in exactly to race. Trans women aren't white in any way. It's a biological fact. Like, obviously, this is a rage bait post, but this is the kind of rhetoric that exists over there. It's not even about trans people in this. It's just racism. That's what leads into this. This is what fuels the terrorist attacks, the domestic violence. It's the immigrants that are coming for your jobs. The immigrants are coming to take your wives and your women. It's all sexual insecurity. It's all failures that have no ability to do any critical thinking. It's people who just kind of suck at being people. The people who do this woman, she's not like us. She's not a person in the same way that you and I are a person. She's a human being. I'll agree to that. But she's not a person. She doesn't no empathy, no humanity. No human being that has a soul could break the bones of 7 babies when you're a nurse working at the NICU in the hospital. Like, that's just demonic shit. This is not a person like we're a person.
For 3 children involved in the entire investigation. Taylor confirmed Strotman is currently being charged in connection to a child whose family was not in court. Still, Hackey says he had to show up.
Justice for my son. Justice for the other families that were affected, the other people's boys that were affected. Somebody needs to be held accountable, and it looks like that day is here.
8 News learned from 2 other families who wanted to remain anonymous that one of their
Like, when I say evil, I don't believe in good and evil, but I believe in a lack of empathy. She has none.
twins who was being cared for in the NICU passed away. Another said her son suffered 12.
Accountable, and it looks like that day is here.
8 News learned from 2 other families who wanted to remain anonymous that one of their twins who was being cared for in the NICU passed away.
She probably is responsible for the death of this child. If not her, probably another one. The fact that she's only facing 2 charges, one for felony neglect and one for felony assault of a child, when she assaulted at least 7, maybe killed 1. To harm a baby or a child in such a way, that person should not even be tried. No, they should be tried in court, Batgaz. I don't believe in extrajudicial punishments. And also, like, that's Fed posting at that point. But no, she should go to court. It's just she should be in prison for the rest of her life. There had to have been red flag before she was certified as a nurse. My God, absolutely. You think they don't do background checks? I mean, to be fair, probably don't now, but.
Another said her son suffered 12 fractures.
I would be willing to bet exactly the same, Captain Buggy, that she absolutely has a history, even if not documented, of hurting animals as a kid. Psychopath. This is psychopathic behavior. Look at her face. She looks so sad, but only from halfway down. Her eyes don't look sad. Her eyes look numb. This is a person that has no emotions. This is the most charitable photo of her that they probably picked. Holy shit, that poor baby. Yeah.
Very blessed with what our situation was, and that it was just a broken leg, because it could have been a lot worse. And my heart goes out to those families.
To have to say it was only a broken leg, it could have been worse, when your kid didn't even have an accident. The nurse that was supposed to be caring for your child broke your child's leg on purpose for, I don't know, pleasure?
Truly.
Taylor confirms Stratman was employed at Henrico Doctors in 2023 and 2024 and is currently no longer. So we're trying to figure out when exactly she was terminated and what her status was back in the 2023 investigation of this matter. Stay with 8 News.
Investigating this for 2 fucking years. Being a nurse is a perfect job for hurting weak people. They even choose this job on purpose. It's a shame because most nurses are really good. Most nurses are fucking heroes. They're national heroes and should be respected. But people like this, yeah. Iodine and borderline, she's sad that she got caught and she's sad that she's in trouble. There's no empathy there. Absolutely. I don't understand how people with psychopathy are so functional. Well, to be honest, most people... So psychopathy isn't really a word anymore. It's antisocial personality disorder. Vast majority of the people with this end up as, like, CEOs because they don't care about other people's feelings. But that doesn't mean you have to be this way. There are people who have antisocial personality disorder. They have an inability to feel empathy. Sociopaths can feel empathy and choose not to. Psychopaths cannot. But they can put effort. There are people who live without empathy, but are aware of it, are introspective, think about their actions, and try and reason themselves into what the empathetic person would do. That's a possibility. These people need therapy. Now, are all of them like this? No, there's some people that you can't really fix, but the vast majority of people can improve themselves given the chance. Animals like her that do such abhorrent crimes to children deserve nothing but the death penalty. I don't believe in the death penalty, back guys. Even for them, even for Nazis, I don't believe in the death penalty. I think they should just be locked up for the rest of their lives. Maybe what we can do is we can make a prison that we launch into space. And, like, it's a prison, you know, like, they're not going to die up there. It has everything they need. It's just they're stuck in space now and can't come down to Earth. Psychopath is a broad spectrum thing, though. Yeah, I suppose. So, let's jump back now to extremism in our military. Right? Because this is a real issue. This is a real... Space Nazis isn't a good idea. Not if we give them nothing. Like, you don't give them anything in this prison to be able to, like, build anything or get out of it. You just put them in an enclosed space that's not on this planet that they can't escape. That would be my go-to. I mean, if you could think of something wrong with that, then yeah, okay, cool. So, first of all, our military, pretty fucked. We've been doing this for a very long time. So Matt Kennard, author who wrote a book about the US military, spent years recruiting dangerous extremists because they couldn't attract enough soldiers and didn't want to institute a draft. This policy, which was behind many atrocities abroad, is now coming home. Irregular Army. This is a book. I haven't read it, although I would like to. How the US military recruited neo-Nazis, gang members, and criminals to fight the war on terror. This is true. Whether or not you've read this or not doesn't necessarily matter, but Matthew Livelsberger, 37, identified as the person who, did the terrorist attack in Las Vegas, listed on LinkedIn as an operations director and intelligence manager in Special Forces experience. OPSEC, intelligence manager, remote autonomous systems, Special Forces, Green Beret. Then we get to his job history. Thanks for the sub, Jump J. He was in the Army, remote and autonomous systems manager. Now, he was working with AI. So, obviously, it's funny, and actually that makes sense now why he used ChatGPT to help plan his terrorist attack, because his job was to work with AI. But he was a communication specialist. Then he was an intelligence operations specialist. Then he was Special Forces Operations Manager, Team Sergeant 18Z. These are the two jobs that he had where he was very, very heavily involved with PSYOPs. He was in the PSYOP division. That is what SF Intelligence and Operations Specialist is. Well, at least that's a part of the role. Life in prison and their only form of news is from me sleep now. Thank you for the stream. Have a lovely night, Jump J. Shard Sport, good to see you. Fuck the billionaires and let's seize the means of production. How's everyone doing this fine day? Pretty good. So, here we go. Here's another look at this guy. Served in Iraq as a military intelligence officer, 82nd Airborne Division. This is a photo he took in the barracks room. There are countless others, highly trained, and they're now back in the US. These are the guys that fought the war on terror. These are the guys that spent decades in Iraq, Afghanistan, the Middle East, just building and building more hatred. One of the many examples I got a hold of, a 2006 U.S. Army criminal investigation, which found that a U.S. soldier had provided a military technical manual, improvised munitions handbook, to the leader of a white supremacist group in order to assist in the planning and execution of future attacks on various targets. The investigation was terminated with no action taken, or action amounting to less than a court proceeding. No further assistance was required by U.S. Army investigators. I was told this soldier was eventually deployed to Iraq. You can read the report yourself. All of this will be in my living source document, of course. But we know what they're doing. We knew what they were doing for a very long time. By the way, Kyle Kalinske is incredibly correct here. Charging Luigi with terrorism is part of a broader plan to infiltrate in circles where people express no sympathy for the CEO, just like that woman getting arrested in Florida for telling Blue Cross that they're next after her claim was denied. They want to ban anti-corporate organizing under the guise of terroristic threats. They're pulling out all the stops to get you to shut up, accept your corporate overlords, and never question gangster capitalists profiting off your misery and death. This is all functions of that. They want these Nazis back home because when they commit crimes, they can blame anyone they want in the media and use it to justify taking away your rights. Serious question, Batgaz. You don't believe in the death penalty for such appalling crimes as committed, so should innocent people be forced to pay huge sums of money to keep them in jail? Yes. Also, not huge sums of money. It's not necessarily that costly. It's mainly capitalism, why we pay so much money to prisons. But also, I'm not even legally allowed to say I'm in favor of the death penalty. It's against YouTube and Twitch terms of service. I'm literally legally not allowed to say that. They will take my account down, even if I was. But no, I'm not pro-death penalty. Authorities aren't competent to not abuse it as well. That's also true. Now, Seth Harp is another author. Now seems like a good time to mention I wrote an impeccably sourced 6,000-word article on rampant child sex abuse by Fort Bragg soldiers, but major national magazines rejected it on the grounds that it was simply too dark to publish. We'll read this, but I want to read this one first. This is the first page of the 9-page draft. Fort Incident Liberties by Seth Harp. What exactly is a crime against nature? How about exhibiting a harmful live performance to children? These rarely prosecuted offenses, typically invoked in cases of bestiality and the dissemination of obscenity, were among the 34 sex crimes against minors filed last year against Sean Michael Lima, a sergeant first class in the United States Army at Fort Liberty, North Carolina, formerly known as Fort Bragg. Sergeant First Class Lima, who is about 35 years old, allegedly forced 3 children, 2 girls and a boy, to engage in sex acts with one another and allegedly raped one of the underage girls. The Army refused to produce Lima's enlistment record brief, citing an exception to the Freedom of Information Act that protects the personnel files of soldiers in sensitive special operations units. Officials only disclosed that he was a civil affairs team sergeant in the 95th Civil Affairs Brigade. This may sound like an anodyne job title, but it's not. The 95th Civil Affairs Brigade is a unique unit, the only one of its kind in the Army, that supports clandestine military missions in undeclared war zones all over the world, primarily through psychological operations, including psychological black ops denied by the United States government. Often functions as an auxiliary of the Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, the top secret military within the military based in an unmarked compound on Fort Liberty. Too dark, aka afraid of military retribution. True, but also when content is this dark, people don't want to watch it. I noticed, like, anytime you talk about Israel, views go down. It makes people sad, so they don't want to see it. Captain Buggy, too many people are too uncomfortable with punishment and death IMO, especially in the state. I do agree with that. Yeah, sorry, I'll bring chat down, but I was reading it for you. I can shrink chat a little bit, though. Better? Now, the last few years have seen a sharp increase in the number of Fort Liberty soldiers charged with sex crimes against children. Reported instances of statutory rape, child pornography, human trafficking have risen dramatically since 2021, and an outsized number of perpetrators belong to the psychological operation units like the 95th, which, by the way, was the same unit Matthew Livelsberger was in. The same exact unit, 95th. And there you go, certified garbage. Might not have been the 95th, but it was one of the auxiliaries that work with the 95th. Another apparent pattern is that if many, if not most, of the accused served in the war in Afghanistan, where for years American soldiers were ordered to turn a blind eye to their Afghan allies' rampant sexual abuse of children. Which makes sense, as, you know, if these people are in Afghanistan and they're told to not really stop the Afghanistan, like, soldiers raping children, and a lot of these people are also Nazis, I do see it happening. No, he did kill himself, certified garbage. He was insane. Like, we watched, like, the whole thing. He worked in the PSYOP division. His job was a specialist in IEDs and also information tech. Vice did a documentary on this like a decade and a half ago. I forget what those kids are called, but it was young boys who worked for cops being assaulted over there. Yeah, look, it's just the same case over and over and over again. People are made more extreme in the military because of existing extremists in the military, and then they come home and then they do domestic terrorism. Both of the terrorists were both deployed to Afghanistan at the same time, and were both based on this base, the same base that we are currently reading about, that is entirely unrelated to what just happened. This is like a couple of years old that we're reading. It's the same people. By the way, Mike Flynn, who's QAnon, was also in the 95th Psychological Operations Unit. Over a 30-month period from 2021 to 24, 18 soldiers from the Army's biggest and most important bases, the headquarters of the Special Forces, were charged, convicted, or sentenced for sex crimes against children. In addition, 15 Green Berets were arrested on the suspicion of human trafficking under murky circumstances, the subject of an ongoing investigation. By contrast, a few of the news articles disclosed only 12 cases reported in North Carolina, press between 2001 and 2022, of Fort Bragg soldiers being charged or convicted with sex against children. Here's some of the file names, I suppose, the sources that this was based off of. You should buy and read the book, but Afghan schools, 165 accounts of children being... American ambassador says Afghans coerced retraction of rape allegations. Fort Bragg soldier sentenced for child sexual assault. His wife tried to hide. That is what it is, you know. The Civil Affairs Brigade. It sounds nice, and that's the point. Wasn't the QAnon guy also involved with illegal porn sites or something? Probably. QAnon was a psyop that was run by multiple people, but it was the brainchild of Mike Flynn. Oh, thank you for asking back, Gaz. I went and got blood work yesterday, and I have to go get a chest x-ray today. But I'm fine. The doctor agreed with my prognosis of it was probably just I've had this nasty cough for a couple weeks, and it probably just irritated my throat. But it's nice living in Australia where I have access to public health care. Maybe the CIA. I mean, the CIA, like, all of the intelligence apparatus all work together, and they all work with the military-industrial complex. These are systems that exist beyond the control of our politicians, beyond the control of the president. It was not Dr. Google, but... You know, I did actually do 2 years of, you know, pre-med. Good guy, Dari. And yes, a very sensible doctor to agree with me. But yeah, you can see all of these different instances of child sex crimes being done by U.S. Military personnel, specifically out of Fort Bragg. And, I mean, some of these really stick out. Joshua Glardon, PSYOP, I guess, message? What is MSG in, like, military terms? Charged with 12 plus child sex crimes. Another one from the PSYOP division. It seems like the Fort Bragg 95th PSYOP division, or otherwise known as the Civil Affairs Brigade, is just the Epstein Brigade, it seems. They just, all they seem to want to do is rape children. I would have died like 20 times without universal health. I only recently got access to it just a couple years ago, so I'm enjoying having access to the health. But Master Sergeant, thank you. That's what it is. Here is the link to the Rolling Stone article from 2021 that goes into this. At least 44 Fort Bragg soldiers died stateside in 2020. Several of them were homicides, blah, blah, blah. Sure, but in this, you'll find not much that you didn't already know, but you will find the type of rhetoric that is regularly passed along inside the military and that is incentivized. Also, multiple people know that, like, this Spec Ops JSOC, again, another one from the exact same unit. Let's see. So the man in the bed of the truck, by contrast, didn't have to infiltrate his military, inflate his military credentials. Not only was he a decorated Green Beret with dozens of badges and patches and medals from 14 different deployments, he was also a member of Delta Force, the most elite military unit in the United States. At age 37, William Levgeen II was a Tier 1 operator, a Master Sergeant on the Army's most selective and clandestine task force, the PSYOP division at Fort Bragg, on top of a sort of training that all Rangers, Green Berets, Navy SEALs have to go through. He had been schooled in sabotage, demolition, hostage rescue, blah, 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 blah. Yet it looked like he had been killed in his sleep. A pair of skimpy running shorts, known in the Army as Ranger panties, were all that he was wearing. He was shot multiple times in the chest, wrapped in a type of nylon blanket that soldiers called a whoopee, and placed in the back of his own truck. No narcotics were recovered, but For the Joint Operations Command, JSOC, which is headquartered at Fort Bragg, it had all the makings of yet another drug scandal, the latest in the string to hit special operations community. Multiple people knew Levgin, I'm gonna call him, I don't know. Tell me that he regularly used cocaine, MDMA, pop pills, drank heavily. This is our military, guys. That's our military. That's the military that we deployed overseas. And now they're coming back. And this one's going to be a bit of a long read. I hope you guys can bear with me. This is the militia in the mole. This came out just a couple days ago. TYT studio more than likely to burn down. From what? PPGS. I haven't heard anything new about them aside from, you know, their continual grift to the left, but good to see you as well. You know, 2 Marines that went to jail. Goddamn certified garbage. My friend's brother, he got arrested. He's a Marine for something about meeting an underage girl. And it's very much in the community. Oh, the LA fires. I didn't think about that. Right. No. It's to the massive wildfires that are burning right now. It took me off guard because it's winter. But are you gonna load? See ya.
There have been people trying to evacuate from down the hill, and unfortunately in this neighborhood, that is the only way out.
Are you in California? I hope you're not in California. By the way, I hope anyone who's in California is okay, and you should get the fuck out of, like, Los Angeles. And probably also stay out of Los Angeles, if we're being honest. Oh shit, proud PPGist. Are you like... Are you in a safer zone right now? Are you okay? Are you safe? Okay, good to know that you're safe. Please stay safe, everybody. And also try and leave California, because that's going to get worse. And they're going to be throttling climate news. Yeah. I mean, all of that goes into what we talked about with the end of net neutrality, didn't we? Okay, South LA, I suppose. Fires like that, your thoughts and prayers have to go out to the firefighters and locals who live there. You know, in California, the firefighters are prisoners. We offer them reduced sentences for them to go out fighting fires. And also, I've done a story on this before. Most firefighters in the United States are sick. They don't get health care. They burn out quite quickly. The turnover rate for firefighters is incredibly high because they're breathing in toxic fumes, smoke, they're getting burns, they're getting injured, but they don't get any free health care. They don't get any benefit from that. If you develop lung cancer because you were fighting California wildfires, then you're screwed. Sorry. Thankfully, all my family veteran peeps are all fine people. Non-combat, I mean Navy, Air Force. I'm sure a lot of people that are veterans are good people. But specifically out of Fort Bragg and specifically out of the JSOC Psychological Operations Division, not good people coming out of there. It seems like it's just pedophiles. What does being progressive have to, just the fact that, like, the prisoners being used as firefighters, that's in the Constitution. We do that everywhere. Every state in the Union, prisons are okay for slavery. The health insurance shit, that's also like every state in the Union. So it's nothing about being progressive. It's federal law there. I like to think I'm a good veteran. Eek. Well, I have no judgment on your actions, but you seem like a good person, so I would like to agree. So let's have a look about this, because this came out immediately following the 2 terrorist attacks done by veterans. The only thing that's good for a veteran is a free Little Caesars on a Veterans Day. That's pretty cool. I miss Little Caesars. They had good pizza. Better than Domino's, at least. So, reporting highlights. A freelance vigilante, a wilderness survival trainer, spent years undercover, climbing the ranks of right-wing militias. He didn't tell the police or the FBI. He didn't tell his family or friends. The future of militias. He penetrated a new generation of militia leaders, which included doctors and government attorneys. Experts say that the militias could have a renaissance under Donald Trump. a secret trove. He sent ProPublica a massive trove of documents. The conversations that he secretly recorded give a unique, startling window into the militia movement. So everyone should get free healthcare, no questions asked, period, in my personal opinion, Batgaz. But, so, John Williams kept a backpack filled with everything he'd need to go on the run: 3 pairs of socks, a few $100s in cash, makeshift disguise, lock-picking gear, medical supplies, vitamins, high-calorie energy gels, blah, 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 blah. Also a drive which held more than 100 gigabytes of encrypted documents. Thanks for popping in, Greg17. Good to see you, as always. So, on April 1st, Williams retrieved the bag from his closet, rushed to his car, blah, 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 ran away. He turned on a recording app to add an entry into his diary. His voice had a high-pitched rasp of a lifelong smoker. Where to fucking start, he sighed, taking a deep breath. After more than 2 years undercover, he'd been growing rash and impulsive. He had feared someone was in danger and tried to warn him, but it backfired. Williams was sure at least one person knew that he was a double agent now. He said into his phone, it's only a matter of time before it gets back to the rest. In the daylight, he dropped the envelope with no return address in U.S. Postal Service mailbox. He loaded it with the flash drive in a gold Oath Keeper's medallion and addressed it to me. This is what was in these documents. Now, this is a very, very long article that we will not be able to read all of, but what I will do is I will link you. Oopsie. Give me the actual link. I will link you guys the article so that you could read it, but just certain bits of this. Williams seemed consumed with how to ensure this wasn't a self-destructive, highly dangerous waste of time. He distrusted law enforcement and didn't want to be an informant. He said he told me he hoped to damage the movement by someday going public with what he learned. The Capitol riot had been nagging at me too. I'd reported extensively on January 6th that sat with the families who blamed militias for snatching their loved ones away from them and pulling them into a life of secret meetings and violent plots, which is objectively true. And I will have a look at that Twitch user. Ich bin dead. That would be cool. Always like to interact with more good content creators. Or into a jail cell. But by the time Williams contacted me, the most infamous groups appeared to have largely gone dark, were militias more enduring, more potent than it seemed. Now, the militia movement in the United States is massive. This barely scratches the surface. Here's a second article, also from ProPublica. This one's from August of this year, which also goes into armed and underground inside the turbulent secret world of America's militia. I would read all of this, but I know you guys get very bored if I just sit here and read. But I need you to understand that violence in the United States, a violent revolution, is likely in our lifetimes, just not the way that we want it. The right wing, the militias on the right, the Nazi right, are going to try and do an uprising eventually. They have all of the guns, they have military training, they distrust institutions, they distrust the government, they distrust the media. Currently, they do trust Donald Trump and Elon Musk, although fading with Elon Musk. Donald Trump might keep their favor, but Donald Trump might just die in the next year or two. The man is ancient, he's not healthy, he's not in good condition. The plots and the plotting and the behind-the-scenes organization structure of these different militias are directly one-to-one, like a military structure. They are acting as if they are the U.S. military. The left needs to get armed and organized and mad. I agree. We covered the Socialist Rifle Association, which is like the NRA, except unlike the NRA, the SRA goes and does public outreach. They go and do disaster relief. They help people. They care about the community. Go join the Socialist Rifle Association. Learn how to shoot a gun. You don't have to like guns. I don't like guns, but guns are not going away in our society. It's too late for that to happen. These have existed for so long that there are currently more guns than people in the country, but you can just print guns now. You could just print them from a 3D printer. That's it. That's all it takes. So arm yourself, learn how to protect yourself, and be prepared. The right-wing militias will revolt, and I think it's more akin to coordinated terrorist attacks. I believe you're exactly right, Ilvaria. And my goal right now is just to validate, normalize our side. It's why I'm working really hard to just try and change the rhetoric, trying to not sound too much like, I don't know, a socialist, because we know that there's this woke filter. We know that it leaves their head the moment that it touches this filter. But regardless of this, you need to work on organizing. And part of organizing is getting people to learn how to use a weapon, to be aware of the danger to themselves, and to be willing to help others. Oxpecker, I know a lot of ex-military who are progressive as fuck, especially because of what they've seen in the military. Yep, that's true. There can be quite a lot of progressives that come out of the military. Specific portions of the military produce terrorists, though, such as the 95th Division, the PSYOP Division, the JSOC Division at Fort Bragg. If gun legislation wasn't tightened after Sandy Hook, it never will be. Ich bin dead. Even if it did, it wouldn't have mattered. In Australia, we had a massive mass shooting here, which immediately following, harsh gun restrictions were passed. There were gun buyback programs, and there are more guns in Australia now than before we passed the gun restrictions. You're not getting rid of them. Learn to use them. Remember, the first rule of gun safety is all guns are loaded, even if you saw someone fully unloaded and it's not unloaded. Well, Captain Buggy, that's actually a very interesting point to make, because, hold on, just slightly off topic here. I saw this today, and I posted it in the Discord, and I just out of curiosity of what everyone thinks. Am I being a pussy? My girlfriend, 19, wants me, 20, male, to hold a Glock to her head while we're having sex, and I've been taught gun safety since I was 6 years old. I'm not even sure how to go about this. I don't want to do it, but every time she sees it, she tells me, you should hold this to my head while you rail me. What do I do? A, hella funny. 10 out of 10. Extremely funny. B, she is the one in the wrong here because he's clearly uncomfortable and she's pushing for it. But gun safety and treating the gun as if it's loaded, you can still do this. You can still do this. Just triple check it's not loaded. Make sure the safety's on anyway. You can do something like this. But you gotta be able to communicate well. You gotta be able to engage. Go for it. Shots a keeper, not gonna lie. Proud PPGist. I see you. I see you. Back as, like, I know your view on guns. You want less guns on the street, not more. More guns means more mass shootings. Not true. Not true. It's not more guns is mass shootings. There are less gun violence. There's less gun violence in Switzerland, who has more guns than we do. It's about the culture of guns. You're never going to get the less guns. You know what? That's what I mean, Backgas. I agree with you on like a fundamental level in a vacuum. I agree with everything you said there. I want less guns on the street, not more guns, mass shootings. It's simple math. Guns, weapons belong with military, nowhere else. I believe that you are correct. That is not how reality works, though. It's too late. You can't get rid of them. They're never going away. Takes the edge off. I know what you mean. I feel. Captain Buggy, my grandpa told me that he did this with my grandma when I was younger. That shit's crazy. People actually do that. You just gotta make sure that you're safe with it and you communicate with it. You could take the firing pin out. That's safe, I guess. See, there's ways to go about it. Because using a toy gun makes it feel not as real, and then people are like, well, what's the point if it's not gonna give me the same feeling? You can do that safely. Unfortunately, less guns will never happen. The cat's out of the bag. We just need to change the culture of guns. Exactly, Alvaria. As much as I wish we could, it's too late. You can make them in your house now. There are wars being fought with people who printed out guns. Now, on the subject, though, of, as we were covering, extremists in the United States, domestic terrorism, people who are in the military committing, or former military committing terrorism. Here is, Ivan Reichlen, who is allegedly by a reporter that I do actually trust and put stock in the words of, the January 6th bomber, the guy who tried to bomb the Capitol.
For categories. General Flynn unmasking, Crossfire Hurricane Team, Biden laptop, impeachment hoax 1 and 2, 2020 election, January 6th, COVID-19 pandemic. What do you want to see happen?
This is all just QAnon brain rot, by the way. Also, here in Britain, they find you with a gun, you go to jail, which I agree with. I mean, nice, sure. I don't think that reduces the amount of guns, though. Making it illegal just makes a black market appear. I won't kink shame, but still cringe that a lot at the idea of that. Fair. I wish we could have that here, but it's too late. Guns outnumber people by a lot. Yeah.
These people.
Take a look at
and
that.
Yes, this man does look like a thumb.
First list, General Flynn unmasking. See if you see somebody with the last name Raskin on there and what her first name is.
Sarah Raskin.
Do you know who that is?
No, Jamie Raskin's wife?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
She was one of the 39 individuals that illegally spied on General Flynn during the 2016 to 2017 transition.
Illegally spied on Flynn, where we convicted him of committing crimes. Michael Flynn was convicted. Michael Flynn. Let's just pull it up just to get a real rundown. This man is the progenitor of QAnon, by the way. Go. Investigations. February 17th, Trump met with FBI Director James Comey in the Oval Office and repeatedly told him, I hope you can see your way clear to letting this go, to letting Flynn go, adding he's a good guy. Comey subsequently testified that I had understood the president to be requesting that we drop the investigation of Flynn in connection with false statements about his conversations with the Russian ambassador. Yes, he did. Flynn is a Russian op. He is full on a agent of Russia, of Putin. We have so much evidence of this. The entirety of QAnon was also a op based out of Russian propaganda techniques. This guy is getting glazed on Russian media daily. He's being glazed along with Kash Patel, along with Tulsi Gabbard, all the other Russian agents that are now in our fucking government. The people that convicted him illegally spied on him. Sure. Any citation?
Yeah.
We're coming for her and her husband.
Yeah. What do you want to see
Oh,
happen?
look, that's a threat to a sitting government official. This is, like, not back in the day either. This is recent.
Be creative.
Guantanamo?
No, I think we're going to use the precedent already set by them. You want me to give you some examples?
Yes.
All right, so let's use the example of what was done to Roger Stone.
Yeah.
Remember that? You're going to be on the live stream team?
Sure.
So you'll be on the live stream division of the Department of Retribution.
Yeah.
The live stream division of the Department of Retribution. I guess I'll see you guys in a bit then. Ilvaria, and because Democrats didn't push the DOJ to do its job, Flint and other traitors are free to run the country now. They were paid not to do their job. They were paid not to do their job. We know for a fact that during the Russia investigation when Trump was president, that we found evidence of Russia influencing US politics. We didn't find a direct link between Trump and Putin, but the reason we didn't find a direct link between Trump and Putin is because of the words of an FBI agent who claimed that there was no evidence. That FBI agent was subsequently arrested last year for illegally working with the Russian government. So this is high treason, absolutely. Absolutely high treason. Everything that they've done is high treason. Look, to be really frank with you guys, we are the Axis powers now. We are the new bad guys. We're part of the coalition of evil countries. We are, I mean, we've always been the bad guys, right? But like, we're now basically Nazi Germany. The transition from Weimar to Nazi Germany. You can just take out like bits and pieces here and swap those bits of like, we want to kill all the immigrants with, we want to enslave them. Just swapping those out and everything else is pretty much the same. It's Nazism with an oligarch addition to it. It's just like a little cherry on top.
of everybody.
Nice.
Okay?
That sounds
And
exciting.
then during that process, we may just conduct objectively reasonable actions on those individuals.
Where am I standing? The way you're looking at me, I'm feeling just a little bit like I might be on that list.
No, I'd much rather not talk about Pol Pot today, Kadiris, but if you want me to, like, go into Pol Pot and, like, do a research stream on it, we can do that. I'll put up a poll. But there's too much other news to go over. Yes or no? Here we go. You guys can vote and have some democracy. Augsburg are now people still serving in the military that recognize these dog whistles, Iron Cross tattooed authoritarian monsters in the military. Hey, look, like Pete Hegseth, who's the guy who's going to be in charge of the Department of Defense. As an unavoidable threat to national security, these people are not progressive because they're hawks, because, like elections, if you're not a fascist, then you're a liberal. That's just kind of how it is, you know? Now, the dog whistling, right? They've pretty much given up on it. They don't really need to dog whistle anymore. But we need to start dog whistling. Not in like the racist and the like horrible sense, but we need to start masking some of our phrases with dog whistles so that we can, I don't know, continue to exist when they start cracking down on our speech, which is not too far away from now. Because I really sincerely believe that we could sway a large portion of this country, especially during a uprising from the militias, the extremists in the right wing, the domestic terrorists. Because you know why? I showed this yesterday. Because MAGA thinks like this now.
In order to stop the communist agenda, we need to get rid of the big banks.
Right.
Karl Marx, no one knew who he was until the big banks distributed all of his literature.
Right.
Yeah, so in order to get rid of communism, we need to get rid of the big banks.
I mean, that's every day on Piers Morgan, but you can link me it and see which specifically.
Yeah.
Get rid of big pharma.
Right.
What else? Big tech.
Right. Yeah, we gotta we're the counterculture, exactly.
What else? Big tech.
Right.
Yeah, and it's like like these like landlords that like are coming in and buying like hundreds of properties. You don't even know what corporation.
Like China is doing it, and Bill Gates.
And Zillow.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people here are very fed up, and they're ready to collectivize and sort of seize the means of production.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. Yeah. The guy wearing a Trump one and a big red Trump shirt. The workers are ready to collectivize and seize the means of production. Yep. Right.
And that's why I support unions so much. You know,
well,
it gets
funny.
better.
I work for actually not this shirt, the other shirt I had an earlier for a company not too far from here called Liberty Pump, non-union. They let the owners of the company sold a third of the company to the employees. So the employees have ownership of it, which is a lot better.
They're talking about worker co-ops. This is MAGA. There's a reason that I call these people, like I call MAGA's ideology retard socialism, because it is. It's the same ideas that we have of class consciousness. The only difference being they blame like immigrants and Jews.
Right.
It's all down to messaging. Most people want what we want. The right has just been better at messaging for decades. Exactly. Which is why that's been some of one of my main primary focuses is getting us to adopt new messaging. Good, proud PPGist. I'm proud of you for stealing that. Steal that, use it, spread it. Call them libs, call them snowflakes. We need to become the counterculture because they thought they were the counterculture. Agriculture and those rural people haven't practiced economically been aligned with some of us when it comes to co-ops, but they're flooded with the culture war nonsense, then they vote conservative. Exactly. Most of America could be swayed over to our side, especially when these people lose their shit.
It's an ESOP.
Yeah, the workers own the means of production.
Their families work there, their dad, the sons work there, and that's typically where America started. A lot of families did that.
Make America great, seize the means of production. True. All right, let's have a look at what Jordan Peterson's saying on fucking Piers Morgan. I feel like I'm not going to be able to get through this entire video. But we are talking about extremism, hate, violence, and all of this ties in, so.
But there's another ugly issue here, Pierce, that no one will grapple with, which is, you know, you described Robinson as anti-Muslim, let's say. Well, we don't really understand the relationship between the religious doctrine, let's say, and the fact of these crimes. Now, I
already off to a non sequitur start, but yeah, retarded Kermit the Frog. Like, god damn. Just go back to talking about dragons or something, Jordan Peterson, please. This is what happens, by the way, when you go to Russia to get off of a benzo addiction and you get put in a medically induced coma that they would refuse to do to you in every other country except for Russia, and then you come out with brain damage. This is what happens. I mean, to be fair, he was always this, but he's much dumber now. Much dumber.
I want to make two cases here. You know, the first case is that...
Not necessarily, but he sounded like it.
40 out of 50 Muslim majority countries in the world are authoritarian hellholes. And only...
Do I even have to, like... do you guys understand, conceptualize, what countries in the world right now are talking about building institutions, writing constitutions, and giving people rights? There's one that I can think of. One country that is currently in the process of building institutions, writing a constitution, giving people rights. It's Syria, you dipshit. Everywhere else in the world, we're tearing down institutions. Everywhere else in the world, we're taking away people's rights. Everywhere else in the world, we work for the rich. But, and not to say that, like, perfect government or anything. It's not. But the embodiment of evil, authoritarian hellholes, are you fucking kidding me?
3 of them are democracies. And that's Morocco, Indonesia, and Turkey. And, you know...
Turkey's barely a democracy, but sure, count that if you want.
They're not... I wouldn't put them in the highest echelons of stellar states. And so...
Like what, America? You think America's in the higher echelon of stellar states right now? Maybe if you're the 1%.
Why is that, exactly? Is that a deviation from Islamic principles, or is it a consequence of them?
Maybe it's the consistent, regular rape of the land and the people by colonialist powers, including Turkey, might I add, like my own imperialist power. But I would suggest that's probably why, considering math and science were the cornerstone of Islamic, like Arabic, Middle Eastern culture for a very long time. Realistically, I would say the Christians during the Crusades really started this decline in the region. Now, it's more complicated than that, of course, but it's not what this idiot's saying.
Now, no one wants to have that discussion, and it's no bloody wonder. You know,
because it's dumb as shit, yeah.
So that's on the negative side, let's say. And there are certainly doctrines in Islam that are very, very difficult to square with free, liberal, Western, Christian democracies.
There's lots of doctrines in the Bible that are really difficult to square with free democracies. The Bible, the Quran, and the Torah are basically the same book as well. Like, very slight deviations, but, like, they're pretty much the same religion in the same book. It's insane.
And those differences aren't just apparent, they're deep. Now, I would say on the optimistic side that we could turn to Islamic leaders like those who run the United Arab Emirates. And
the rich ones that like to give me money because, you know, I'm no longer relevant back home. In fact, Justin Trudeau, the now former Prime Minister of Canada, declared me as a Russian agent. But that's okay. The Saudis and the UAE will help me out. Motherfucker. Like, these people have nothing useful at all. Piers Morgan shouldn't even have a show.
And even to some degree now Saudi Arabia.
The ones that fund radical Islam? What about the ones that fund radical Christianity? You guys understand that the Christian nationalists in America just want what they view, their idea of what Islamic Sharia law is, which they have no, like, general concept of in reality, but whatever they think that is, they want the Christian version of that applied to the states. How are they any different? Radical Islam being funded by who? What, Iran? In rebellion from the people that are attacking them? Now, there are absolutely terrorist groups. ISIS is very bad. There are Islamic terror attacks in Europe, and I've talked about why a billion times. It is just because of the citizens of those countries, Germany, France, England, who don't want to allow these immigrants to integrate into their communities, who make these immigrants feel unsafe, who then join into enclaves because, you know, they can't really integrate into society, so they only hang out amongst themselves, and then they become more extreme because of the bubble, because of the the echo chamber that they are in. They love to rail on Sharia law, but only because they're jealous that they haven't implemented it here. Basically, why do right-wingers never bring up the fact that the U.S. funded religious extremist groups in Afghanistan while we were opposing the Soviets? Because that's real information, Captain Buggy, and we don't care. The only time that comes up is when you're watching The Boys and we learn about Soldier Boy talking about the glorious Mujahideen allies. Jordan Peterson is calling the centers of radical Islam the reasonable ones. I mean, yeah, that's because those are the ones that pay him. They don't want radicalism to go away, Lost Soat. Jordan Peterson is paid by the Russian government and by the United Arab Emirates, by Saudi Arabia. They like extremism. It gives them justification for more control. Cool, I guess you guys voted yes on the Pol Pot stream. I'll see about doing one sometimes. But then we turn around and fight the groups funded and propped up. And, oh yeah, the boys did talk about that based. I forgot they did that. Yeah, Soldier Boy is a good character.
And the signatories of the Abraham Accords to find a different pathway. There have been stellar leaders, both from Saudi Arabia and the UAE, who've come out and said that publicly, very publicly, that they've got their Islamic fundamentalists under control and firmly in hand and are completely undiluted as to their danger. But Europeans are virtue signaling so hard on the progressive side that the fundamental danger from
this is just Elon Musk rhetoric. This is the AfD needs to win in Germany type rhetoric. This is get Starmer out of the UK type rhetoric. This is just Russian talking points.
From Islamic fundamentalism is going to come from Europe.
You know, actually, like, we can just leave it there. Every single word in this video is just Russian talking points. I'm going to leave you with this slop while I go pee, and then when we come back, we'll get on to, like, actual news. Don't believe anything this man says. He's a retard.
In Islam that are very, very difficult to square with free, liberal, Western, Christian democracies. And those differences aren't just apparent, they're deep. Now, I would say on the optimistic side that we could turn to Islamic leaders like those who run the United Arab Emirates and even to some degree now Saudi Arabia and the signatories of the Abraham Accords to find a different pathway. There have been stellar leaders both from Saudi Arabia and the UAE who've come out and said that publicly, very publicly, that they've got their Islamic fundamentalists under control and firmly in hand and are completely undiluted as to their danger. But Europeans are virtue signaling so hard on the progressive side that the fundamental danger from Islamic fundamentalism is going to come from Europe and the UK and not from the Arab states. Now, Tommy Robinson has been pilloried as anti-Islam, but there's a discussion to be had here. And no one wants to have it. And, you know, you said we need a nap.
I know. You don't like being held with just one hand. There we go. Better? Yeah. No, you're right, Elvaria. He's stupid. He deliberately drags his bullshit out to give the appearance of academic errors. Academic errors, rather. He's always been this way. He's never been all that intelligent. His, like, even way, way back, before he became this moron, he was never smart. Ketters, have you ever done debates? I feel like you would crush Wik TV panel or something like that. I did some debate, like, back when I was younger, but not since I started streaming. I was supposed to have 2 debates at the end of the month, like in February. So I'm gonna try, but you know, I don't really feel the need. There's not anything worth debating, and there's not anyone worth debating with, because the other side doesn't believe in reality. I suppose I'd be okay with like debating somebody, but I'm not sure it would be entirely in good faith. I would just kind of, if they were a right-winger and they were acting in bad faith, I would just use their tactics against them instead of actually do the debate, and that kind of ruins the point. No one does debate to convince someone of anyone of anything. They do it as a blood sport. I think it would help you grow a lot. I suppose that does make sense. I just, the opportunity has never arisen. Sadly, debating is over. No good debates anymore. No good debaters on their side anymore. Did they ever have any good debaters on their side, Hilvaria? I mean, look, I'm not like, I wasn't streaming back then, but I've seen the debates. I know BreadTube. They were never smart on the other side back then either. They just at least pretended. Debate Vosh? On what? I agree with Vosh on most everything. Like, not everything, but a large majority of, like, Vosh's ideals, I believe. I agree with them. And also, I would lose. Me versus Destiny would be fun, though. I would debate Destiny. He talks really fast, and he's much more experienced. I'd probably lose that debate, but it would be fun. That's the thing, like, the more you practice, the better you are, and Destiny still debates. So that's a debate I will lose. But I would so do it. It sounds like a lot of fun. Now, let's talk about... I'm left of Destiny. Destiny, to me, is controlled opposition. That's the way that I see him. I don't necessarily think he wants to make all that much change. But I can't, like, make that judgment. That's just the vibe that I've gotten. I don't watch Destiny very often. I've seen a couple of his, like, debates during the election season. That was fun. He's a good debater, but I don't really agree with him. Chomsky and Mehdi Hassan win debates by being well-prepared and smashing with facts. I think bad faith methods are a losing tactic against well-prepared honesty. Mehdi Hassan is an excellent speaker and an excellent debater and has very good memory. Now, that works because he has the appeal of being Mehdi Hassan. He has that, like, air to him. It's not just smashing with the facts. Because remember, one of the last debates I've seen from Mehdi Hassan was when he was debating the spokesperson for Israel. Hold on, was Mehdi Hassan debate? I just want to show you a section of it, just to, there we go. Elon Levy. That was the debate. And in this debate, there's a section in which, I think it's right around here.
Humanity and law, as Mehdi Hassan has for the truth. Mehdi may say, I condemn Hamas's acts on October 7th, but he will not condemn its strategy because he is part of its strategy. Hamas is counting on its defense attorney to shield it from the consequences of the war that it started and deflect blame onto Israel so it can do October 7th again, maybe because they
literal Nazi here, but
share a goal that Israel shouldn't exist. Mehdi Hassan will say tonight that October 7th does not justify Israel's actions in this horrible war. My question then is this.
Elon, I'm sorry, your time is up.
What does October 7th?
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Mehdi? Elon, in already calling your opponent a liar, you have already crossed one of the lines of the culture. You don't need to do that to answering the Gaza war justified.
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, the question, were they justified? Were the actions justified?
And it would be great if you didn't feel the need to respond to the personal attack, because it'll waste time.
We'll decide when we get there, John. Were they justified?
He's a good speaker.
No.
I misspeak all the time. I can't be Mehdi Hassan.
Obviously not. Of course not. October the 7th, I think we can all agree, was a crime, a war crime, right? We can all agree on that. And taking hostages is a war crime. And those hostages should be released. But to destroy an entire place, an entire people in response is never justified. Never justified. How are we still I don't understand how we're debating this more than 40,000 deaths later. I don't understand how we're still debating this sitting in...
By the way, the new estimates for that is above 300,000.
The comfort of New York, 7,000 miles away from a place that the UN Secretary General has called hell on earth. Justified? Justified? Was Israel justified in carrying out one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history, according to Dr. Robert Pape at the University of Chicago?
There's a timestamp in this where he's specifically talking about a residential
universities,
building.
Cemeteries, World War II. How regard justified in tons of rubble while they got people out of the way? How is that justified? Dropping a bomb, for example, on a 6-story apartment building in central Gaza last October, killing more than 100 people inside, including more than 50 children, with no Hamas target in sight, according to Human Rights Watch, with no explanation offered by the Israeli military. Even till today, was that justified, Elon? Was Israel justified in telling people to go to safe zones and then bombing them and killing them in those safe zones? According to NBC, there were 7 deadly airstrikes between January and April.
This debate was 3 months ago. Has anyone's mind been changed? No. Mehdi Hassan fucking killed it in this debate. If you want to watch it, you should. It's 10 out of 10. But you don't win the debate by being right. You win the debate by sounding right. So back on to current news. They're changing how votes work. Or at least they want to. Republicans in Congress are going to try and change the voting system.
Republicans want to overhaul the nation's voting procedures and plan to move quickly when the new Congress convenes in January. Republicans want every person who registers to vote to prove U.S. citizenship and to show an ID every time they cast a ballot.
You already needed to be a citizen to vote. What they're going to do now, it's not just photo ID, they're going to make it so you need something like a passport, a thing that most Americans don't have. I hate that, especially in our government. In Parliament, you cannot call someone a liar even if you're 100% sure that they're lying. If someone is lying, they should be called out. Yeah, that's your British civility politics. I hate that shit. How do I prove U.S. citizenship? Like you need your birth certificate or your passport. That's what they want it to be. Most Americans don't have a passport, and a lot of people don't have a birth certificate.
Photo ID is essential. You need it to board an airplane, buy a 6-pack of beer, or open a bank account. I think it's appropriate that you need photo identification to be able to vote.
You already do in a lot of states.
This is needed to restore public confidence in elections. Democrats have previously...
Support for Palestine has not been growing, Kadiris. Support for Israel has been shrinking. That's it. It's not support for Palestine growing. No one's going to do anything to stop them anymore. Israel won, and that's it. It's just people stopped paying attention. That's all that happened.
Oppose legislation requiring proof of citizenship and say the drop in confidence is the result of 4 years of false claims by Trump and his allies over the 2020 election. Democrats say GOP proposals go too far and could make it harder for people to vote.
That's the point.
They want
it to be difficult to vote. Historically, when voter turnout is high, Republicans lose.
See Democrats and Republicans come together to support dedicated federal funding for election offices. On voter
Look,
ID.
I'm willing to debate. If someone comes up to me and says I want to debate you, I'll debate them unless it's an incredibly stupid topic. I just don't necessarily think that it produces much positive benefit.
Democrats
other
say
than
they are
growth for
open
my
to
channel,
it, but want to make sure that any ID requirement doesn't prevent eligible people from voting.
If we were in a negotiation and they said voter ID, I'd say, look, I can live with it as long as it's not intended to, again, make it difficult for people
which it
to vote.
is.
Ultimately, it will be up to state and local election officials to implement any federal changes. Georgia's Secretary...
I agree, Elvaria. We just had our last free and fair election. Well, we'll have elections going forward. In 2026, you'll have one. It won't be free and fair. 2028, we might have one, and you might have militia guys standing behind you, watching you fill in your ballot that has one option on it, maybe.
Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger,
Russian
a Republican,
elections.
says that he supports voter ID and proof of citizenship requirements.
Of course, Silvaria.
For two reasons. It adds security, but also adds voter confidence.
Their
I think there
plan
should be
is to enslave the populace. Of course, they don't want to leave any power in anyone's hands.
Verification like we do here in Georgia.
Have a good night, Iodine and Borderline. Good to see you as always.
Benson, a Democrat, says there has to be a good reason to make a change to election rules and hopes that federal lawmakers will look to states that ran successful elections.
Voter confidence is an entirely bullshit term. It just means people who think that immigrants are voting. That's what it means. It means the people that we tricked. That's voter confidence issues.
This year.
My job is also to make sure everyone has access to identification and gets their license or gets their state ID. And so what we really need are more resources from the federal government that helps us get people IDs before they implement or add more onerous identification requirements to the requirements that are already in place.
So there's that. We knew they were going to move quickly, but I mean, that's moving quickly. Now, this is a slightly weird case. This isn't really like super relevant to the news, but this is the second one this week, and it's a little odd. A state court judge died by suicide. There's been 2 of these this week now. 2 judges that committed suicide.
Right now on WJCL, the Effingham County Sheriff's Office is investigating what they say is the suicide of a state court judge found in a courtroom Tuesday morning. WJCL 22 News' AJ Sisson talked to the sheriff about what led to his death.
We received a call that there was a possible suicide at the courthouse.
That call came in around 10:30 Tuesday morning from an Effingham County deputy sheriff. Authorities say state court judge Stephen Yeckel killed himself Monday.
A license to vote is disgusting. No one needs a license to vote, just proof of ID, passport. Well, that's what they're saying. They want proof of ID to vote. It's not license to vote. They want you to have a passport, driver's license, etc. Except most Americans don't have a passport. A lot of Americans don't have a driver's license. Many people have no access to their birth certificate in the courthouse. Bro must have had regrets. Proppy BG he was either threatened or but this is not like a single issue case. It's weird. We also had a case of in California a judge who refused to take office because she was afraid of retribution. When I say that we are in the transition from Weimar to post-Weimar Germany to National Socialism with the oligarch tinge, I'm not lying, I'm not joking. People in positions of power are terrified. Mitt Romney's about to fuck off out of the country.
Monday night, the day before his last day after losing re-election in 2024. His body was in the courthouse overnight.
It appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. However, it's a pending investigation. We're going for an autopsy and we'll know more as to...
Effingham County Judicial Complex when we arrived seemed like business as usual. There were over a dozen Effingham County Sheriff's vehicles here, none with their lights on, but they tell us they're the only department investigating the suicide. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation only conducting the autopsy. Was there any
It's just weird, you know? Like, I don't think there's much of note that they're gonna say. Like, there's nothing in the news about this. It's just 2 judges in the last week, plus another judge a couple weeks ago who was too afraid to take office. These are patterns to me. Now, shifting gears a little bit, but still staying on the topic of the oligarchy, let's jump into how they plan to ruin your lives with automation and the dangers that could be posed from this. So this is just like an example. A Telegraph employee trained a bot drone to assassinate somebody. And we're going to see how easy that actually is to do, which you shouldn't do. But I want to talk about some of the real outcomes
it looks like
that are happening.
We are on the threshold of a new drone age, one powered by artificial intelligence. Wars around the world are fueling an arms race for autonomous weapons. At the same time, a consumer boom has made drone technology available to everyone.
They're adding AI into this shit.
People laughed in 2017 when a sci-fi short film showed us how AI could transform a tiny drone into an unstoppable killing machine. But today, that
Didn't like Dune warn us about this? Isn't this exactly what the point, the hunter-seeker drone things in Dune? The whole reason the entire like series exists is because this technology was going to get too good and then end all life, all of human life. That was the whole point of the series, I'm pretty sure.
dark vision of the future is closer than ever to becoming a reality.
That little bang is enough to penetrate the skull and destroy the contents.
To find out how close it is, I
The
went
people who developed this shit are demons.
to Munich to meet Louis Venus, an engineer who turned a toy drone into an assassination device. Together, we used it to carry out a mock attack on my boss, the Telegraph's Paul Newkey.
Proud PPGist, the Ukraine, Russia war is where a lot of these things are field tested. The general, idea of drone warfare has popped off there to the point where we've gone back to World War I trench warfare. Kadiris, I reach out to Wick with a brief positive synopsis of you, and he said he would reach out. We're blowing up Visora Official in 2025. Woo, based. That sounds hella fun. Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Hype.
How easy was it?
The people behind this shit play Cyberpunk 2077.
The first step was to buy a
Yeah.
toy drone from the high street electronics shop, which ended up costing less than £100. We then downloaded some freely available software and installed it on the drone. It could now fly by itself and detect objects, in this case people. Lewis also added a simple facial recognition algorithm and wrote a few lines of code that meant we could choose our target. The next step in our assassination was to upload a picture of my boss's face.
Cool.
The drone was then programmed to fly off in search of the target we had given it.
I did a video on Russia's drone factories yesterday. We had a look at that. But there's a video that I'm looking for that's in my sources somewhere of a Ukrainian drone that had 2 shotguns attached to it, flying around shooting down other drones. It's insane.
What we had to do to initiate the attack was press enter on a laptop. Once the target was identified, the drone flew into it. Obviously, we didn't fit our drone with an explosive charge or anything else deadly, but it's not difficult to imagine how this might be done quite easily, especially with a bigger, faster drone.
Although it's very
Awesome,
easy
thanks,
to build those things now, I also think it's not that crazy to build the defense mechanisms against that. But there just needs to be attention on it.
Some people, like Lewis, are optimistic that technology will give us ways to defend ourselves against drones that get into the wrong hands. But others believe that autonomous weapons are poised to become a serious threat to global security.
They absolutely are.
Ultimately,
Have you
AI
guys seen those YouTube videos? They're like, did Black Ops 2 predict 2025? And it's all just based on the drone part of it. They're everywhere. We have autonomous AI systems in space. We have ones that make decisions on their own in space, that are connected to everything, that see everything. These drones are just going to get worse and worse and worse.
AI isn't even really needed for drones to become a potent tool for assassination and terror. You can debate the impact that this sort of next generation of AI drones is going to have, but it's almost like that doesn't even need to materialize, because the drones we already have, I think, have supercharged conflicts all over the world.
I think the Maduro attempt highlighted that. Attempts on Iraq's prime minister has highlighted that.
AI is going to destroy us. The Reapers from Mass Effect were right all along. Not necessarily. I have a different view of what's going to happen, because that's what's next.
The use of a commercial quadcopter drone to scope out the perfect site to take the shot at President Trump is obviously a key example of that. And we've seen that even the most sensitive government sites, military sites around the world.
Found it. Here's the video. I can't play it with the music because it's going to have copyrighted music, but this is a Ukrainian drone with shotgun barrels attached to it, flying around, taking out other drones. This is warfare now, besides the suicide drones. Oh God, his haircut and mustache. Oh yeah.
World have been breached by these drone systems, drones crashing into the White House lawn, hundreds of drones intercepting the space over the Pentagon, and so many more even in the last few weeks, to the point where we don't even report on them anymore. So you won't have politicians moving as freely as possible. I don't think you'll have politicians.
Any New Jerseyans in here? Like from back from my hometown? Are those drones still flying around Jersey? Because I haven't heard anything about those in a while.
Having to sit in the Churchill war rooms and deliver all of their speeches from inside Churchill's command and control space. It will just mean that we have to be very, very mindful of threats of
now,
death.
Some of them were drones. Some of them were actual drones. Like we saw police drones go up and get next to them. They were huge. My explanation for that was those were a private company that were hired to get like ground data to manufacture, to build things. They were doing what is it called? LiDAR? No, it's not radar. LiDAR scans. It's likely that they were working for a corporation, and we knew all along. It's just the videos that I've seen of when asked the State Department what their answers are just very weird. Yeah, the Iranian mothership. I forgot about that one. That was fucking hilarious.
From above.
As if there'd be Iranian drones coming out of a big ship, a mothership, the dumbest thing that you could call it, on the east coast of the US, and we weren't shooting them down and firing at the ship and then nuking Iran is insane. There's not a chance.
Has captured most of the attention. The AI drone swarm. The technology is in development around the world.
Oh great, the worst fucking thing you could make. AI drone swarms? Have any of these people watched a movie? If it was a corp, wouldn't they have to clear it with the FCC and aviation authorities? They probably did, Ich bin dead. It was probably also like classified because it was likely corporations working as government contractors looking for something with the guy. It was almost certainly something classified and privatized. The Russians' best combo in this war is the reconnaissance drones scope out literally any Ukrainian buildup on the front lines and they drop there. Ish. The Russians are getting their asses handed to them. But no, I haven't seen anything in the past few weeks. No one has been talking about it. Yeah, I figured they just kind of went away quietly and we all forgot about it.
The AI drone swarm. The technology is in development around the world, and experts believe it could one day be as dangerous as weapons of mass destruction.
No shit?
I see.
You want autonomous swarms of explosive little robots that can fly? And you think that that's not going to eventually be bad?
The emerging drone swarm technology as potentially representing a future weapon of mass destruction. It's easy to imagine if you have a swarm of 1,000, potentially even 10,000, even 100,000 drones, that could go past pretty much any arbitrary.
Do you know how fucking terrifying 1,000, let alone 100,000 swarming drones?
Level of what constitutes mass destruction.
Put me in the gulag.
And states
Hell no.
have been looking into that technology. Conversely, once you potentially have 1,000, 10,000 drones, that's going to be extremely difficult for humans to actually control.
The problem is just the tech bros. We need to get rid of the tech bros. We need to make them, I don't know, go do hard labor. Make them all tradies. Make all the tech bros tradies. Russia is pushing forward at the moment, but they've been getting their asses handed to them. The new Ukrainian counteroffensive has been doing all right. We covered this yesterday. Did this work? No, this is in development, Schuffelpuffer. They're trying to create AI drone swarms. Handheld EMPs for everybody. Yep. Well, to be fair, also on that note, we do have in development something that could fight against that, so.
In a meaningful way. So if you have 10,000 drones all operating autonomously, there's 10,000 points of failure.
While the AI swarm in its most destructive form...
Is this for war? Probably. Also probably for law enforcement. It's a weapon of mass destruction. It literally cannot be anything else. A swarm of AI drones is the, you've gone beyond let's make the Terminator now. At that point, you've gone beyond that.
Is yet to arrive. A new drone age is already beginning. Autonomous weapons are beginning to make their mark on battlefields from Ukraine to the Middle East. Even the less sophisticated drones that still rely entirely on human operators are supercharging conflicts across the globe. I also saw for myself how easy it was to take a toy and turn it into a weapon that
Just call them communists, Proud BBGs. Be like, what's with you commies trying to, like, take over other countries? What are you, Soviets? Do it. It doesn't matter. One day the NYPD is going to be deploying swarms of drones in the streets to go after criminals. Oh, hell yes, they are. You know, they already have drones that fly around the city and they grab everything off your phone. They just make copies of your phone data. Doesn't Israel use AI for most of their missile launches? They use AI to assist in their missile launches, but the coordinates for those missile launches generally come from Pine Gap in Australia, because that's where the US and the Five Eyes geosynchronous satellite that can see the Middle East, Russia, China is. So most of the coordinates come from here. They're entered into an AI there. Then it's launched by the, I don't know whether it's the AI or the IDF soldier. The AI in the military exists solely to, at the moment at least, muddy accountability. Won't regular people use these drones to kill people too? Well, that's imagining that you get to have access to them. You're not gonna get to have access to these drones. Regular people are gonna get poorer and poorer and poorer. We talked about Argentina and how they implemented Project 2025. Milei literally came to America, asked the Heritage Foundation for help. They gave him Project 2025. He took it home and he applied it, and mass poverty went up 50%. So regular people can't afford these drones when they come out. But also, we should be developing more of this on smaller scales.
3,000 degrees and $3 worth of energy is all this laser needs to shoot down this drone, moving at 50 miles an hour. This is the Blue Halo Locust laser weapon system. Under a dozen are currently deployed with the U.S. Army in classified overseas areas to take down unmanned aircraft. In Ukraine and the Red Sea, drones are changing warfare, making it easier to cause significant damage with cheap, low-tech weapons.
The future of proxy warfare is here, and that is a technological standoff between human life and technology.
Laser weapons are one of several relatively inexpensive responses to drone threats. But compared to traditional weapons, there are challenges. They have a shorter range.
They do work. We just need to increase the amount of funding that we're spending on laser weapons, which I hate the idea of spending more on military spending, but since we're creating new fucking weapons of mass destruction, we might as well create a counter for them too.
Range and limited power, and can be harder to fix when something goes wrong. The Pentagon has not confirmed that a laser has successfully taken down a drone in combat. Here's how the laser works, why it may be the most cost-effective new way to fight drones, and why there are significant hurdles on the battlefield. The Locust laser weapon system is a palletized high-energy laser, or PHEL, weighing in at 3,400 pounds and measuring 7 feet high by 7 feet long. The Locust can fit on the back of large Army vehicles like this Stryker. The weapon has two parts, the laser on the left and the tracking system on the right. The right houses an AI program that locks onto drones.
Even this has to have fucking AI in it. Why? Why? You guys know, I would literally prefer reverting to agrarian society than continuing on this pathway.
Over 2 miles away, like this drone, flying at over 45 miles an hour. The laser can take as many as 15 seconds to melt a target, and can struggle to remain locked on it for long enough to take it down. Missile strikes, in comparison, are quicker, cause more damage, and can have a range 100 miles longer. The laser software is designed to look like a video game, like Call of Duty, and it's operated with an Xbox
That's how you know
controller.
who we're recruiting into the military, is we're designing the software for our weapons to look like Call of fucking Duty.
More damage, and can have a range 100 miles longer. The laser software is designed to look like a video
Captain
game,
Puggy.
like Call of Duty, and it's operated with an Xbox controller. That's so soldiers who are familiar with the software can quickly learn how to use it.
When we can
Microsoft getting in on this, you know, we're going to sell the military Xbox controllers so they can use them to fight in war. Funny thing with AI, in a game called Elder Scrolls Oblivion, you can program or get a mod in order pizza IRL from Oblivion? AI is going to kill us all. It's going to enslave us all. look, we understand that the drone weapon. Realistically, I just want to talk about AI a little bit. Billionaire Larry Ellison says a vast AI-fueled surveillance system can ensure that citizens stay on their best behavior. I don't know about you, I don't like the idea of billionaires. Yeah, but also it's worse than that. I've been saying for a very long time now that the entire point of AI is to steal your jobs. That's it. There's an Oblivion mod to order Domino's via their website API. Jesus Christ. I mean, like, props to the modders. This function of AI for surveillance is the secondary. The primary function of AI is to replace you, is so that they don't have to pay you for your labor. The secondary function is this, surveillance, and the tertiary function is a lack of education. It is the ability to control what people know, what people see, what people hear. Now, on the subject of protecting of them taking your jobs, at First Company Retreat, learning why there's no software engineers over the age of 40. What's happening right now is pretty scary. I live in Finland, which has a population of about 5.6 million. We have 300,000 unemployed people, but less than 12,000 open job vacancies, which are full-time continuous 12-month contracts. A couple of my friends who are over 50 have been laid off and still after many months have been unable to find a new job. We were talking about people with actually useful university degrees, 20 years plus work experience, actually useful being a dog whistle for like not social justice. I'm afraid that this is going to get worse. I teach computer topics at university, and I feel it's my obligation to tell the students that the low-hanging fruit are going to disappear as these tasks will more or less be delegated to AI. Having low to mid skills won't be enough unless you have contracts, e.g. daddy will hire you no matter what. I've also taught students who take advantage of existing AI tools when it comes to web programming. The quality of program code submitted for student assignments and projects has went up. A lot or most of the code is clearly AI generated, but it is in general slightly higher quality than the code generated a few years ago when the AI tools were not available yet. In other words, best LLMs are already beating average CS students. That's not good. Yeah, not to protect us, to protect them from us, number one, Death. Cadiris, in a socialist system, could it be a positive in having an AI replace people's jobs? So, under socialism, really quickly, Marx says that machines make people lazy, and I agree with this. You could have a system of automation that replaces people's jobs in a socialist society, in still paying those people. They still have those jobs. They're just not doing the work. The machine does the work, and they're there for the redundancy. Could work, but I don't like it. It doesn't necessarily need to happen. If there are specific like tasks that are high intensive labor but are unimportant or are less important than like other tasks that we have humans for, we can automate those as long as nobody's losing their job and as long as there's still redundancies and humans checking on them. But I don't want AI doing it. You can have a machine in a factory program to do a thing without AI. We've been doing that since forever now. Now, Batcast, taking the devil's advocate here, if more and more AI robots can do more and more jobs, less humans have to work. Yeah, so here's the thing, Batcast. If you don't have to work, where are you getting money to work, to live free and pursue your interests and fulfill your dreams from? How are you paying for food? How are you paying your rent? How are you paying for health insurance? How are you paying for gas? How are you paying for anything if your job is taken by a machine? Maybe if you're wealthy, Batgaz, but you have to be incredibly wealthy to be able to afford to live that way if the AI takes your job. The thing with AI, Shuvelpoofer, is that it's in many ways just like computing, like we've been doing it on much more powerful hardware. Is there any way to prevent that if computer hardware continues to improve? Look, it's not just computing. It is, so these large language like algorithms, the LLMs, they are built on stolen data. They steal other people's data. They steal art, they steal books, they steal literature, they steal academic papers, they steal videos, they steal movies, TV shows, and then they amalgamate this Frankenstein's monster of a soulless slop creation, because AI can never produce anything in the same way that a human can. Now, preventing this, or if it continues to improve, at this point, not particularly possible. We need to get rid of the companies that make it openly available to the public. I agree with AI in very small specific uses, like in medical imaging, in like radiological imaging, looking for cancer, looking inside the body, looking at space and charting and mapping stars, all of that stuff. I can see that. But in day-to-day human life, it is nothing but harmful. It does nothing good for you. But does the AI code understand big zero notations and runtime optimization? I don't even know that. Batcast, with AI, robots are doing all the work, then obviously society has to change. But that's the thing. They want the robots to do all the work and not give you wages. That's the point. They're trying to do this. They want it to get worse. They want you to be poor. They want you to suffer, and they want to replace you with the AI. They don't care about society. They don't care about people's well-being. The rich hate you, Batgaz. They hate you, Shuffelpoofer. They hate you, Captain Buggy. They hate you, Kedurus. They hate me as well. If you have less than $1 billion, your life is nothing to them. You think there's a way to outlaw AI for certain uses? Only if it's done on a global scale, like through United Nations resolutions that people actually listen to, sure. But doing it on a state level isn't going to do anything. The cat's out of the bag now. I do believe that would be a good idea. But as we said, people can't get jobs anymore. But it's not even just people can't get jobs. It's people in tech can't get jobs. People with 4.0 computer science degrees, 4.0 GPA, can't get a job. People graduated from Berkeley.
Who says that best CS grads with 4.0 GPAs coming out of Berkeley still cannot get jobs in tech. The tech job market has dried up. You have outspoken CEOs like the one from Klarna who says
the company stopped hiring a year ago because AI can already do all of the jobs. I have less than 1% of 1% of 1% of $1 billion. Yeah, that's pretty much everybody. Bad guys. And in that case, AI is bad for society and for you. They're taking your jobs. They're taking our jobs.
That
they're
AI
coming for
can
you.
Do all the jobs. Reporting goes.
And you know what? It's even immigrants doing it. It's illegal immigrants like Elon Musk, who illegally came to this country and is now stealing your jobs. In fact, stealing your jobs with H-1B visas, giving them to foreigners, and stealing your jobs with helping develop AI to also steal your jobs. This illegal immigrant is stealing your jobs. He's, are we going to do anything about that? No, of course not. They don't matter.
Further, it says that this is an irreversible trend and that graduates are facing a money pinch over the next 4 years because they cannot find an opportunity. Tech companies laid off over 37,000 people since January. As a founder, I get to see in a lot of different companies, and unfortunately, I've seen staff from some of our clients be laid off and they're not hiring them back. What they're doing is actually going into their salaries and using that money, hire an AI implementation partner who can do that job for them. A lot of these roles like connecting databases, processing claims, reviewing different tracks,
Think about how many industries will be affected by this. What's in development right now? They're trying with self-driving cars. We're still not close to that, but to be fair, the safety restrictions are going to be lifted, so maybe we'll have that. That fucks up delivery drivers, that messes up logistics, that messes up the movement of goods, truck drivers, long haulers. Your job's gone. Receptionist, your job is gone. In 10 years, teachers, your job is gone. We are very, very, someone said it earlier, we are very quickly headed towards Cyberpunk 2077 type dystopia. And as much as I like the game, I don't necessarily like this. Speaking of H-1B visas, did you see liberals getting mad at Bernie for wanting to crack down on employers' H-1B visas? People didn't even read what he said. They got outraged. Yeah, I actually did see that. I have it here, but like you pretty much took the words out of my mouth. I can't say it any better than that. They didn't read it, and they were mad because they thought that Bernie was siding with the Nazi right. But all he was saying is, well, you know, we need these jobs, but they're also very exploitative, and we should, you know, try and not do that. As a father of 4 kids, if robots AI can go to work so my kids don't have to, if it could be done correctly, but it's not going to be done correctly. Surely less humans in industry means less industrial accidents. Less humans in industry means more. Your kids will starve to death. Fatgasm. Sorry to be so blunt, but they're not creating a world like that. They're not trying to create a happy, good world. They want to take the labor and put it to robots so they don't have to pay you. That's why they want AI. And if your kids can't get a job or don't get a job, they're not going to have income for food, for housing, for insurance, for education. That's the point, you know? How will the rich make money if no one has money to buy? Don't worry, they'll figure that one out because the middle class still exists. The middle class, some jobs will not be affected. The low-end jobs are what's going to disappear. The middle class jobs, the ones you need a degree for, the ones where you need some form of like wealth from your family that couldn't support you up until like the point where you go and get a degree and then you can enter some other shitty slave job. AI takes over. Yeah, see, the thing is, if they implemented universal basic income, it would be less horrible. It'd still be horrible. Also, hello, Leak Wisdom. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Essentially, yes. The AI is not here for you. Speaking of, though, as we just looked at, you know, the adding of AI into drones and they're trying to invent drone swarms, that was fucking terrifying. Larry Ellison talking about AI surveillance networks, making sure people are on their best behavior. The fact that kids that, like, people that graduate from Berkeley with a 4.0 degree in tech can't get a job because it's all AI now. We will own everything, you will rent it, you will be happy. I agree, minus the you will be happy part. The thing is, again, you'll think you're happy. Americans have this issue where we think we're thinking, but we're not thinking. Actually, it's really not just Americans, it's everybody. And now on top of this, the whistleblower for OpenAI found dead. I wonder if there's anything sus going on here.
It looks like signs of struggle, looks like blows either to the general area or to the head. And
no, Garrison, they don't want to kill us. They want to enslave us. They want you to be miserable. They want you to work still, even when the AI takes your jobs. They're just going to make you do shittier slave labor that the AI doesn't do. And they're going to continue to drain every bit of wealth out of you into the upper class. I don't want to be conspiracy brain, but it's hard not to over this stuff. Yeah, it really is. It's like the Boeing whistleblower.
And it looks like he tried to crawl to get help and died in his pool of his own blood trying to do that.
Would OpenAI murder a whistleblower? My name is James
Garrison, they're not creating bird flu or COVID. Like, genuinely, not that stuff's not being done on purpose. They're just allowing it to spread on purpose. COVID was not created. I don't believe this. I know the lab leak. I've read the theory. I've watched the videos. I've even read the what was it? Our government came out with like this long ass fucking paper about it. This video suggests possible rentism or extremism, if not socialism or communism. What is this? Planet of Robots, 4 Futures of Automation. All right, that's going in for tomorrow's stream. I can't keep it too long today because I do have to go in 50 minutes because I have to go get a chest x-ray. But we'll talk about COVID and diseases tomorrow. Actually, I have some really interesting stuff about disease to talk about tomorrow. In fact, disease that's created. So here's a little sneak peek. Mirror cells are a thing that we are working on, which is we take a bacteria, a virus, let's say COVID, and we flip the cells in their opposite direction. The danger of something like this is immense because those flipped mirror cells do not get caught by your immune system. They're not affected by your antibodies. They can just wipe out all of humanity like that. What fucking biolabs in Ukraine are you talking about, man? You're just talking about Russian misinformation right now. And I'll be fine. It's not like it's just I'm just going to get a chest X-ray. We always knew mirrors were creepy. There's a whole horror movie series called Mirrors. Yeah, I know. It's just bringing them into reality.
Beyond the headlines on Breaking Points.
They just like human suffering.
On November 26, 2024, Suchir Balaji, a 26-year-old former researcher at OpenAI, was found deceased in his San Francisco apartment. The city's medical examiner determined the cause of death to be a suicide.
There is money in
with
suffering.
No evidence of foul play. Balaji
They like money, but they also like power. Power. They enjoy the suffering more than just the money that comes from it. We've talked about this before with after a certain amount of money that you have, it damages your brain. You become mentally ill with too much money, and it kills your ability to feel empathy. It turns you into a psychopathic sadist. Money and power are the same? No, they're not. Money and power are very closely related, but money is not power. Power is not money. You can have one without the other. They just often go together.
First joined OpenAI in 2020,
Plenty
but over
of
time he
evidence
became
for
concerned
power
about OpenAI's use of copyrighted material in training its AI models. He left the company in August of 2024, and just 2 months later, publicly accused OpenAI of violating US copyright laws. His accusations,
which they absolutely did,
have become central to several lawsuits against the company, all the while OpenAI CEO Sam Altman was restructuring the organization from a nonprofit to a for-profit enterprise. Balaji's family has pushed for a deeper investigation, casting doubt on the official conclusion of suicide.
There was no suicide note left, and there is nobody else in the scene. That doesn't mean they can just come to conclusion. And we have seen the bloodshots in the bathroom, signs of fight in the bathroom.
Balaji's departure.
There will be no justice served here.
From OpenAI, his whistleblowing, and his involvement in several high-profile lawsuits against the company raise a troubling question. Is there more to his death than we've been told?
Yes.
So today I'm joined by investigative journalist George Webb, who's been working very closely with Balaji's family, gathering additional evidence that could point to potential foul play. George, welcome to Breaking Points.
James, great to be here. I've always watched Breaking Point, but now guess what? I'm a guest, so this is great.
Yeah, great to have you with us. So I first want to start with laying out some official facts that were released by the SFPD, which is that Suchir Balaji, his body was found on November 26th. He died of an apparent gunshot wound, and the medical examiner ruled it a suicide. So can you help us by first summarizing what you know about the circumstances around Suchir Balaji's death, what he was doing in the days before, who was he in contact?
If you're on Discord, if you're on Twitch, please hop over to YouTube and drop a like on the stream, by the way. It does absolutely help. Is that a George Webb? Haha, I remember him from the Cicada days. I believe it is. Yeah.
With, and, was there something amiss in terms of his behavior leading up to his death? What can you tell us?
Well, I've spent a lot of time with the family, and one thing I can say, having visited the place where he died and taking a lot of film, a lot of video of the death site, and going around the apartment, which a lot of it I published for a couple of hours, so people saw the proof. He was on a hiking trip to Catalina, which is near Los Angeles, Catalina Island, for 4 days, from the 18th to the 22nd. His birthday was the 21st. He came back, all the 4 guys that he went with are regular hiking partners. He went with all of them to Patagonia in April. They all said he was in high spirits. They all knew about the loss.
The same thing that we heard with, the same type of story that we heard with the Boeing whistleblower who committed suicide, even though he had literally just finished his last deposition He was happy, he was done. Thanks for the sub, Bizicor. But no. It doesn't matter because we don't live in a democracy anymore. We've lost our rights. We don't have justice. Donald Trump is going to release 1,000 terrorists from prison. They're emptying the prisons and sending criminals to your community. That's what Donald Trump is doing. You think they give a shit about this?
Lawsuit. He had just been named in the New York Times lawsuit on the 18th of November.
You know what? Actually, beyond that, there's a reason why Luigi Mangione was declared a terrorist, because they want it to be that any kind of anti-corporate rhetoric is declared as extremism, as terrorism. They want to be able to infiltrate communities like mine, like Breaking Points, like Hassan on Twitch. They want in, and they want to be able to claim national security to shut you down. They want to be able to claim national security to shut you up. Free Luigi Bro is literally innocent. At this point, yes, he is innocent because everything that was done should classify as a mistrial. 10 years ago, this would have been a mistrial. The mayor of New York, who's under investigation by the FBI for for taking money from a foreign government for a decade, almost all of his staff as well, gets to just declare Luigi Mangione a terrorist, doesn't even say allegedly killed. There's been no trial, not innocent until proven guilty. It's guilty until proven innocent. They're going to make a martyr of him, but he is, at this point, by the standards of the law that we have kept up until recently, innocent. The trillionaire's pot of cash is in control. You have no government. You have no board. It's not World Economic Forum. It's not the WEF. It's not. You're very, very close. It's not them. It is the trillionaire's pot of cash, not the UN or the WEF. It's literally just the technocrats. It's Elon Musk. It's Peter Thiel. It's Sam Altman-Fried. They're the ones that bought everything in this country. They're the new oligarchs. They are the new robber barons. Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, every single billionaire. But there is no organized, coordinated structure. They just all have the same material interests, and so they act accordingly. Everything is about material interest. There is no shadowy cabal controlling everything. Now, does it tie in internationally? Absolutely. Elon Musk and Peter Thiel have very close ties with Vladimir Putin. Putin is owned by Xi Jinping. But regardless of where we're talking about, what country, Europe, Asia, Africa, America, Australia, it's all the same. It's the billionaires. There's about 3,000 people on this planet that make every decision. I'm still hoping he goes free, then sues the shit out of the media companies. I mean, I'm hoping too, but...
He ordered a Thai chicken at 6:13 the night of the 22nd in high spirits. He talked to his father at 7:15.
The nerd mafia, the PayPal mafia, Okay, now you're talking about Soros, who's a guy who sits in a chair and does fucking nothing all day. Elon Musk is 50 times everything that the right wing claimed Soros is. Elon Musk is more so. Soros is nothing. He's barely even notable as a billionaire. The guy's worth $7 billion. Peter Thiel has more money than Soros. Soros is ancient.
They made a plan to go to Las Vegas to do a trip in January. So they were in high spirits, and then he's dead sometime between the 22nd and the 20th.
Elon is opped by Russia and QAnon and Michael Flynn and Vladimir Putin. You're on the right track. I just very much disagree with your conclusions.
According to the SFPD.
QAnon is not like it in and of itself is a Russian op. QAnon was an extension of MAGA 3X, which is an extension of 3301. Yes, everything is a LARP now. I do agree with you there. Like I said, I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but your conclusions are wrong. Yeah, I know. This goes back further than MAGA, but it was co-opted by MAGA. It was co-opted by Michael Flynn at the behest of Russia. Look, anytime, but when they say Soros, they just dog whistling for Jews. That's what they mean when they say Soros. Soros just means Jews. It's Russia, it's China, it's India, it's Israel, it's all of them. It's a global axis, like, we are part of the global axis powers now. It's not just Russia. No, but when the right wing says Soros, they mean Jews. You might not mean it, but 9 out of 10 times that is what it means. Leaked wisdom. Look, if you want to argue, I'm perfectly happy to. In fact, feel free to go join the Discord. But no, you're wrong. You're just wrong. That's not true. They do both. It's called a dog whistle. Motherfucker, I was there when QAnon was invented. I was on fucking 4chan when that happened. I was dating a fucking right-winger who kept bringing me onto Poland showing me the newest Q drops. You think I don't know this shit? You think I wasn't... Don't try and explain to me history that I lived through. They don't say Jews directly. That's not how this works. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. They're becoming more and more okay with it. But up until about, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, pre-COVID, every time someone said Soros, it was just a dog whistle. Yeah, I don't think you weren't there either. I just think I'm smarter than you. Yeah, nowadays they just say Jew. Before it was Soros. Now when they say Soros, they just mean like woke establishment. That's what it means now.
Until the 27th. So that's kind of the chronology, kind of how it's laid out.
So I know that the police or the parents have been pretty vocal around, questioning the official police report. So what are some of the details that you can share with us that makes you believe that this could have been foul play versus what the police...
Remember Kanye on Alex Jones? That was quite funny.
I think very quickly ruled it as a suicide.
Yeah. Well, he was very close to his mother. He was in high spirits. They are missing this drive, this thumb drive that could be a very high...
There's a massive irrational loathing of Jews since Kanye kept touting that chart. Motherfucker, you think that that's the start? You do realize that was after Charlottesville, right? Where they were walking around with like Zeke Heiling saying the Jews will not replace us. That was before Kanye. Come on. At least be a little serious with your like bullshit talking points.
Capacity thumb drive with a lot of information relevant to the New York Times lawsuit. Him being named in the lawsuit.
And yep, Captain Buggy was very funny.
Him going public, saying the New York Times.
Okay, what you said is there is a massive irrational loathing of Jews since Kanye kept touting that chart. I'm just basing that off of what you said. You said since then, as in from that point forward. That's how language works. Now you could have said it got worse since then, but you didn't say that. So I'm not assuming things. I'm taking your words for what they are. People want an easy answer to all the problems in the world inside the matrix of the Jews. That's why I keep calling these people like retard socialism. It's what they want. They all agree with everything that I agree with, all of the right ideals. They just blame the Jews or the immigrants for it instead of the wealthy, the upper class, the people actually fucking you. I assumed based on the English language. Yeah, exactly.
Copyright violations in a big article.
Look, obviously this one's a bit boring, but you understand the point there. That doesn't, fuck that one. Here we go. Everyone points fingers. In fact, I agree with you here. No one should be pointing fingers anywhere but up. That's the real fight. Left versus right matters, but it doesn't matter right now. What matters right now is not having the ultra-rich oligarchs own us, enslave us. All right, let's listen to some shitty MSNBC.
Okay, I have a question to start out this new year. If you were, say, a billionaire or a mega millionaire who owned major corporations that control everything from oil and agriculture to how Americans shop and what they drive, how we access healthcare, the devices we use, how we get information, the price of housing, food, and more, and you were using your massive wealth, not necessarily to make life easier or more affordable for ordinary Americans, but rather to just make more money, how would you handle the inevitable backlash when average Americans figure out they're getting played and paying higher tax rates than you while earning...
All right, this lib is pretending like there's going to be an uprising from the left. I've said before, we're not getting an uprising from the left. We're getting an uprising from the right. The left just needs to be prepared for it. Do you think MSNBC will go bankrupt? I personally believe that in a year from now, the main two places that you'll get your news from is Fox News and Truth Plus, because they're going to roll that out quite quickly after the inauguration. Truth Plus media is just going to be Trump state media. It's Truth Social, but news media. They're going to use the lack of controls around neutrality in the net, because, you know, net neutrality expired, and we covered that earlier in the stream, to throttle access to sites like MSNBC or CNN's websites, to throttle the ability to watch their content, and boost every right-wing source, such as Truth Plus. I think CNN panders to Republicans enough that they might be safe. Yeah, they're not going to go away. They're just going to become what Fox News is now, as Fox News goes more batshit crazy, and then we'll have Truth Plus, which is like straight out of the idiot's mouth. So that's my prediction. But again, it's difficult to make a prediction when rational logic is not what the decisions that are being made are based off of. They're based off of emotional reaction as well as profit seeking. Now, you can guess what the profit seeking motive is going to produce, but when you throw in the reactionary into the equation, like the reactionaryism, it makes it quite difficult to come to a conclusion of this is what's going to happen or this is likely to happen. But not for everything. Like, for a lot of things, you can make a pretty easy conclusion, as in there's going to be more labor camps, as we talked about. They're going to be using every method that they can to shut down any political engagement from the left. I'm not quite as black-pilled. I think left-wing figures like Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman will grow significantly in the next couple of years. Yeah, well, I mean, at the very least, Brian Tyler Cohen is on Twitch now, rated my stream at least once, and is talking about the same kind of things that I am. We need to, as the left, to change our rhetoric to, yeah, I'm not really a fan of David Pakman, but you can't say that, Captain Buggy. That word will get me banned. You cannot say the Z word. You gotta say, I don't know, zoophilic or something. I think anger at the establishment will somehow move to the new establishment. Maybe. We'll see. I think, like, you can see a lot of MAGA angry at what's happening, but they don't necessarily have such a long attention span. I think right now, fuck MAGA, don't worry about them. Worry about fixing your messaging to the rest of America, the largest political bloc, which is politically unaffiliated, which is I don't pay attention, I don't vote, and keep people safe. That's how you should spend your energy for the time being. And no worries, Captain Buggy, you're fine. If you want to produce content, you should. The problem is they don't think they're the establishment. That's true. We now have to become the counterculture. We have to make that the idea, is we're the counterculture, they're the establishment, and that'll help as well. Anthony, Bishop Jan 6 was funny as shit. Dems stated there's no election deniers, but they failed to see that they just turned into third termers now. I mean, that's the thing. They bent the knee. The Dems bent the knee. Donald, like, it wasn't even just, it wasn't funny. It was depressing. That was the death of democracy. Watching January 6th, watching the, you know, coverage of it, watching everything that was said, it was witnessing the death of America live. They somehow exist in this double universe where they're all billionaires, but also not the establishment. Well, so the issue there being actually, the vast majority, I would say, of people have a misconception about how much $1 billion actually is. No matter, like, whether or not you're a millionaire, you can have $100 million, $100 million, and you are still closer to someone that is homeless than you are to the elite, the financial elite, the capital class, to the wealthy. $100 million, you're more likely to become homeless than you are to become, actually no, but that much money, if you invest it, you're fine. But you're still in that case closer to the homeless. And if you have that much money, you'll make money, because when you have that much money, your money just makes money because the system does that. But yeah, 1 million seconds is about 11.5 days. 1 billion seconds is about 31 years. Yeah, thank you, Ich bin dead. Only extremist left and extremist right. Motherfucker, I'm the extremist left. I'm the furthest left you can go right now. I'm pretty sure I'm to the left of Hassan and Vosh, and I mean, those are the two only other, like, left live streamers. So I'm the extreme left, and I am changing my rhetoric by adopting right-wing rhetoric, by using the tactics they used against us. What do you think about Elon's plan to produce social credits? I think that's straight out of, like, CCP WeChat. Fucking 1984 shit. Anyways, I think there needs to be some coalition for the time being in media between leftists and liberals. Absolutely. I'm happy to work with I'm happy to work with liberals. I'm happy to work with leftists that I also disagree with. Like, I'm a libertarian socialist. I'll work with a Marxist-Leninist. I disagree fundamentally with their worldview, but they're gonna help me not die and help remove the technocrats. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. To be fair, trying to steal a podium from the Capitol was funny. Like, what goes... Okay, so that one was funny, sure. But, the rest of it, not so much. Can Europe take one for America and keep Elon over there, please? Unfortunately not. Third termers will be the thing. Is a year or two as they start to advocate for a third term. They've already done that. They've already done that. Hold on. Here we go. I have a link for that one. There we go. Perfect example.
Donald John Trump is going to raise his hand on a King James Bible and take the oath of
fucking neo-Nazi
office. His third victory in his second term. And the Viceroy, Mike Davis, tells me,
nope.
Since it doesn't actually say consecutive, that, I don't know, maybe we do it again in 28.
National Socialists. That's what they are. The worst kind. To be fair, though, I have at the very least enjoyed watching Bannon yelling at fucking Musk over the H-1B visa stuff. Calling him a child. Like, right here.
Last straw. He can't take, because of the, I don't know, the autism or where he's on the spectrum. He's clearly not, he's got the maturity of an 11-year-old. You can tell that. But he, it's obvious. He can't take criticism. One of his weaknesses is that he needs to be loved. He needs the mass.
This is true for him as well as pretty much all of the public elites. Donald Trump is exactly the same.
To love him. You can tell he's on the stage.
National Socialists are just fucking Nazis, and the fascism is globalism. All of the right wing is globalism. Leaked wisdom. You go from America to Israel to Russia to France to Germany to Australia. They all have the same rhetoric on the right. They are socialists. They're the global national socialist Nazi fucking elites. You are a retard if you think that national socialists aren't global socialists. Everywhere in the world, they have the exact same rhetoric. It's always the deep state, the wokeism, the fucking Christianity or the Jews or whatever the fuck it is. It's the same rhetoric. They're talking about making Australia great again. They're wearing dig baby dig t-shirts. None of them have any thoughts in their brain because they all just continuously roll around. I don't even know what you're talking about, man. Honestly, like, you genuinely are beyond saving.
She needs that glory. This is to have a digital ghetto and to only have raised up what praises him.
Anthony, there can never be a third term anyway. We need to pass Congress and the Senate. That will never happen. Are you fucking kidding me? They have they will do anything they want. We have no rule of law anymore. The Congress and the Senate work for the capital class just like the president does. It's the rich. They own the country. You don't have democracy. You don't get to decide. You don't get to vote for what you want. Your elected officials don't represent you. They represent Elon Musk and Peter Thiel and Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos. That's it. That's it. That's it. Everyone else, they don't care. Didn't Australia lose a war to birds? We did indeed. Oh, no wonder you're from Europe. That's why you have the retard socialism so deeply ingrained in your brain.
That is like the little boy's mentality. If I want to be the superhero, I want to put the cape on and kind of skip around.
It's the fact that, like, European racism is different than our racism, and Europe's understanding of interpersonal racism makes sense, but they have no understanding of systemic racism. I'm far from being a socialist, you cheeky clown. Well, then why are you in the most socialist streamer on Twitch's chat? I've covered the Emu War, Ich bin dead. I have. I've covered it. Lol at the European liberal in Twitch chat. True. We did get bodied by those birds. One more thing of just, I just really enjoy watching the Nazi right and the tech right, like, fight each other. So one more.
And some people, there have been some people, and as I put up stuff, I said, Steve, we have to have a group hug. You can't, no.
Caterist, that's why I call them retard socialism, because their rhetoric does sound reasonable from the socialist point of view. They just have no socialism in their blood, in their desires, in their outcomes. I'm pro-socialist, anti-communist. Same. I'm a libertarian socialist, so I'm socialism mixed with anarchism. Mostly socialism, but aspects of anarchism. We all have different political beliefs, and that's perfectly fine. I am willing to work with pretty much all of you, regardless of your political belief, unless you're a Nazi, to get rid of the capital class, and then we can sort out our problems after. Once we have, like, I don't know, a society that's not controlled by money and the rich and powerful, then we can actually work on shit and talk about it. Socialism has never been applied properly in this world. The only, like, every time someone has tried to do socialism, they missed the main point, which is you need to get rid of capital. You can't have socialism with a market. That's why the USSR was not socialist. That's why the Chinese, like, that's why China's not communist. That's why North Korea's not communist. None of these are communist nor socialist states. Cuba was kind of close, but even they still have money. The existence of capital begs the existence of the capital class. You can't have socialism if you have money. Capital is not the same as money. Capital is money or something that you can use to create more money. Capital is something you can use to produce more wealth. Stocks would be a capital. Your house would be capital because you can rent your house and produce income. You can sell stocks on the market and make income, make profit. So the difference between money and capital is used specifically to make more money. And the closest thing we got to socialism so far was Burkina Faso. I should probably read up on that. CCP would not approve of your criticism. I will apologize to Xi on your behalf. Sorry, but you're They're not socialist, nor are they communist. They have a market economy. They are more capitalist than we are in China. The Chinese Communist Party is more capitalist than the United States is right now. I think we need to remove all private property instantly. Socialist society still has currency, but you can't do things. No, I don't think we need money. My ideal society is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. Now, that's so far out of the realm of possibility that it will never happen in my lifetime. But we can build the systems that lead to it. We have to keep climbing the stairs. I've talked about this before, and I've done like a whole stream where one of the chatters came on, and we had a discussion about it for a couple hours. And that was a good stream, but understand that the root of all of your problems is capitalism. Capitalism is the root of your problems. And where we're at now as a society is directly because of capitalism. Capitalism in crisis is fascism. That's how fascism comes about, from the decay of capitalism. Since the MLs failed, we should try anarchism this time. Hey, look, we almost had it in 1917. If the MLs hadn't killed the libertarian socialists, the USSR could have gone very differently. My biggest problem with socialism is incentive structure. Look, I don't believe that people need profit incentive to work. People work because they want to work. People work because they enjoy their job, especially when you don't have to work to live. You get to work in a position, in a sector, in an industry that you want to, that you enjoy. Think about during COVID. Thanks, Comrade Lennon, for mentioning COVID. Good example. Is HMPV going to be COVID part 2? I'll talk about that in a second. But remember during COVID when people were locked inside and were dying to go back to work? And no, it's not yet, but it might be. The issue is, right now, you can't conceptualize incentive structure outside of profit-based incentive because you've not been taught that. The incentive structure under a libertarian socialist society that I described would be through community cooperation. Through, if you improve the community and the material conditions of the community, you improve the individual's life in exchange. Both. They affect each other. You can't have one without the other. When you improve the individual's life, you also improve the community. Do you really think that many people would spend 10 years to become a doctor? Yes, I do. I do. Because people don't become doctors. Well, actually, good doctors don't become doctors for money. They become doctors to help people. They become nurses to help people. And Lennon, you know I disagree with you on this. We're gonna get so far off topic now. I'm not debating ideology. I actually have to go in like 5 minutes because I need to go and get that chest X-ray done. But I will be back tomorrow. And as for H5N1, the answer is right now, no. We'll see in a month what happens after RFK takes power. I just want to really recap from the beginning here, just really quickly. Everything we've seen today is the rich using their power, their control over politicians, as well as the media, to, one, make you feel okay with the idea of imperialism, colonialism, bringing that into American society by annexing foreign sovereign nations. Secondly, they are going to attack you. They are going to label you and me as a terrorist, as an extremist, because of the left, because any political opposition. All right, Leaked Wisdom, you genuinely are one of the most retarded chatters that I've ever seen. In my chat, at the very least. They are going to use these powers to infiltrate your circles. They're going to come in. They're going to watch your text. They're going to watch what you say from this point forward, because they are going to... You sound unvaccinated. That's how retarded you are. You actually sound unvaccinated. Be careful. Be careful with what you say. don't Fed post anymore. That's to you, Lennon, because they will come for you. And understand that there is a massive, massive structure of extremist militias placed all over the United States, holding on to so many guns, and they are all batshit crazy. Quite a few of them, clearly based on the reports from Fort Bragg, are child sex offenders, and most of them are Nazis. Now, not veterans, militia members, who I'm talking about specifically. So be careful, be aware. The Feds already watch me probably. I talk too much about illegalism not to be watched. Feds already probably watch me too. I'm on Twitch. FBI, CIA, DNA, what's up? Okay. Leaked wisdom? Come back tomorrow. There's too much. We're not doing the anti-vax bullshit here. If you don't want to get vaccinated, great. Love that for you. Don't get vaccinated. Don't get vaccinated. Hi, NSA. Also, you too. Don't forget. But, yes, have a lovely evening. And, don't fall for these traps. Don't be leaked wisdom over here with a lack of any wisdom.